Uh, What? Dota? What is going on? What? Rebecca playing Dota? That's not chess. That's not chess at all. How? How did this happen? How did, how did we get to this? How how did we even? I ah. So, hey guys. Just a heads up. I'm gonna start playing Dota. Okay, so not gonna play all the time, but we're gonna start working on it. Okay, it's a very difficult game. It takes a lot of time. For the longest time, I don't even know when I'm gonna go into public pools. Maybe not for a while. Obviously, I don't really care, but I also don't want to like be that girl who like ruins people's games. Um, so I'm gonna be just right now. I'm literally just in the demo here, the demo area. See, I did play back in July in 2019, and back then it was pre-transition. I don't even think I played on stream. Maybe once, who knows? But I don't think I could get it to work on that computer. But I played Wind Ranger. Okay, so I have a list of mains. I picked all the girl characters and put it in a custom list. Just something about playing male characters just doesn't feel right for me. I know that like I should try out all the characters, but I made a list of all the ones that I want to play, like Wind Ranger is main, and then I'm gonna figure out which ones are gonna be my order of preference for alts. But in case Wind Ranger's locked, because that could happen, because it's Dota. So I don't know. I'm just in the demo. I'm just testing stuff out right now. I need to look at all the items. I read a few guides, all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna go in here. I decided to put my camera on the bottom right. I just didn't feel like the whole area on the bottom left. I like having a bigger camera, and I don't think there's anything useful on the bottom right. Who knows? A lot of people do the one right to the right of the map, but I decided not to. Okay. So right now, okay, like I need to look at items. So I also need to learn all the hotkeys. Yeah, so hotkeys. Items, VXC, VBB. Oh, VBN. Okay, and then T for teleport. Okay. Quick cast, what's that? Quick cast items trigger as soon as the hotkey is pressed. The current location of the mouse cursor. Yeah, I also want to do quick cast for these.
Wild winds rising.
Can enable a UI to find specific keys for quick cast. Okay. F1 is select. Choose that one. Select all controlled units. Okay, there's two. Select courier. Let's do F1 for that. Purchase quick buy. G Y. Chat the team is gonna be T. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to cancel those when I move, so. I don't like right click to force attack because I use right click to move. I always just use A to attack, just like I would do in StarCraft. Hi, Jorge. Big attack. Location of the mouse cursor. I don't like that. I like selecting. Yeah, I don't need move key because I just use right click. Camera, no edge pan. Disable camera zone. Yeah, just hold select hero to follow. Let's make it large.
My range increases.
Okay. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Use mini map navigation. I don't like using arrows, but using mini map is a lot more precise. Okay.
Every coin helps.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah, I didn't get the you didn't get the last hit. Okay.
Like the wind.
Yeah, a lot of mechanics to figure out. Get the deny? Okay.
I run like the wind.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Items. Okay.
My quiver is empty. My feet fly.
I shouldn't have put the dummy there. 'Cause now it's Blitz.
Girl, hide.
Let me get the mechanics down a little bit for a while. And then we're gonna do some bot matches because a lot of the stuff I have to figure out in an actual match because of the progression. Like it's hard to imagine the progression in the demo. But I can practice like getting last hits, moving around. Okay, I need to reset this. Is there a way to reset it? Oh, remove spawns. There. But I can't like lower my level back down and stuff. Oh well. This is pretty crazy. You know, like that would be an interesting stream. I should do a whole match like this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Like, that's freaking crazy. Like, to play the whole game like this would be insane. You'd have to use the map, but then it's hard to target. Is there a way to change the angle? It kind of feels like WoW or something. Oh, I see. It's like... Okay. I don't know. It's weird is what it is. Oh, I missed the deny. Yeah, I need to practice this. This is like the most important. Yeah, and I got the deny. I got the last hit. LH. Oh no, I missed the deny. This is definitely the mechanic that needs the most practice. Oh, no, I missed the deny. The denies are really important. Ah!
I'm winded. Look who's back.
It gives me all the talents. It's like hacks. Let's what the? It's the lag. What is with the lag? No, can't have this. No good. Oops. What is going on? Okay. How do I leave the demo? Whatever. Okay. Training. Last hit trainer. There we go. There's these goals. I got some hot water boiling. And it's time for coffee. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Coffee.
Choose your hero. seconds to battle.
I have my hair like hers. we're gonna lock and load. Getting locked. I'm getting ready to do last hit training. Ooh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We're gonna get good at the game. I'm so excited that we're gonna get good. We're gonna get good. Practice. Okay, 100 points per last hit, 50 per deny. Each round lasts 3 minutes. Bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Get last hit and denies to reach a score. Okay. Okay. I have no abilities. Okay, what? Oh, I got heals. Okay. Okay. No, I didn't get to deny. No, I missed it. No, the timing. Nice. No, deny. Woo! No, I almost got the deny. No! Almost. Okay. Keep almost getting it. No. I got a left click. Okay.
Get my point?
Gotta learn that auto attack timing. Woo. The timing was not right. There we go. So it's like you're doing a mercy kill or something. You're like, no, I don't want you to suffer, so I'm gonna pretend it's not so that I could get more, I could deny experience to my opponent.
15 seconds remaining.
You know, this is war. You have to think about the big picture. I got bronze. Almost. Too early. Bam. No! No, don't do that! I'll get it. We'll get this, you guys. We're gonna be pro in a week. I gotta master this. We'll be pro last hits and pro denies. It's like the first step of the game. If I can't do this, I can't do anything. But we gotta do this trainer until we master it. We gotta get diamond level, okay, you guys? We gotta get diamond level at last hits.
Seconds remaining.
At least I got the deny. I just have a habit of using A attack for everything.
Gotcha!
From StarCraft. It feels better anyway. It feels better. It feels more precise. Oh, that's really low bronze. Jeez. We're gonna do this. Oh, the problem with A attack is that if I'm doing if I'm doing stop shoot, then it's a little harder. So save it for the only time I need it, which is denies. No. These creeps be creeping. Okay, we got plenty of time to practice. We're not in a rush. We're just gonna get the practice. Yeah, I can't shoot when they're at that percentage. Oh no, too much damage to time it. Yeah, the timing is like difficult. It's the time it takes to fire.
Seconds remaining.
15 seconds remaining.
Every coin helps.
It feels much longer than 15 seconds. is hard. It's okay. I'll get the hang of it.
Easy breezy.
Easy breezy. Sometimes it looks like I killed them, but I didn't. The music's really intense. Sounds like a Lord of the Rings movie. It's good that I can just like micro focus.
15 seconds remaining.
Just get this the most important play mechanic. The most important play mechanic. You gotta get it down. I got 100 more that time. And the first one was really good. I got like 1,000. I got 750 twice and then 850. And be more consistent. Could. Nice.
Thanks
Yes.
for the gold.
I hate when I miss the deny. There. Ah! Bad timing. Ah, almost. Ah, there we go. But I hate it when it's just like, it's like I'm guessing. Like I want to get the timing perfect. It's gotta be perfect. Gotta do it perfect, you guys. Almost got the deny. At least I got the LH.
It's not time yet.
Boom. Almost. Ah. Yes. All right, getting the killing spree. Yes, yes. Boom. I like that. It's very satisfying. The sound. It's like. It's got like this thickness to it. No. It's got weight.
15 seconds remaining.
Gotcha!
I'm 1100 now. 1200. Still bronze. Yeah, if I'm in the middle of an auto attack, it's kind of a guess. Not really, but... Oh. I should be getting last hit on all of these. And denies on all of them. That's ideal.
Easy breezy.
If I can do that, I pretty much master the game. if I can get last hit perfectly on every single time and deny perfectly every single time, then I would have basically mastered the game. And then the only thing that matters is just build, and then it's just like chess. And so if I can master the mechanics, then it becomes chess. It's easier said than done. Jeez. Because there's also different factors. Because this is a very isolated scenario. So you have to practice different scenarios by playing games with different people, different setups, different hero setups. Same. But I could at least do this in isolation for now. And make sure I have the timing perfect.
Every coin helps.
No. Ow. Ow.
15 seconds
Finally.
remaining.
Got a really low score this time. Okay, let's try doing it without attacking at all first. And just only focus on doing last hit and denies. Oh, it's too far. Oh, gotta make sure to stop the auto attack. I'm not following my own rules. No. Like, it looks like they're gonna die in one shot, but they're actually not.
Seconds remaining.
I'm getting a better score, but I need to be consistent. Nice, silver. How cannibalistic. Not doing so well.
Thanks for the gold.
Seconds remaining.
Oh, timing's hard to get down. Boo. Bilk. Let me get some water. We're getting serious. I would like to get this mastered. Obviously, it's not going to happen in one day. I literally just started again, and I never even really played before, so... I just, like, played a few random... I think I've had 3 hours of playtime last time I played, so I'm a total beginner. Played some League, but not really either. And I was really bad at this too, on League. This is the most important skill. Or most important mechanic. Our last hits and denies.
Get my point?
Bam. Yes! No! I can get like a feeling for the auto attack timing, although that changes as I get like upgrades and stuff. So it's really kind of difficult to get the auto attack timing because I can make it go faster if I know the auto attack timing to time it perfectly, but I gotta get the first part down. Gotta be able to do it without auto attacking. Do the final hits. No. There's the timing with just the creep, and then there's the timing with the tower.
15 seconds remaining.
So I gotta learn all the timings. The tower plus creep. And it's like I gotta learn the numbers, so you gotta learn tower with 1 creep, tower with 2 creeps, tower with 3 creeps, tower with like creeps plus other hero. There's so many different combinations to get the timing. So I think I just have to get like a feel. Like look at the current timing and just get the feel. Targeted wrong one. Guys, we're gonna be pros by next week. Watch. Watch as it happens. Gonna be a pro at last hits. We're gonna do nothing but last hit training for an entire week. How about that? This is the only thing we're gonna be doing for an entire week. We'll see how far we get. The highest I got so far was like 2,000. I got to silver. Let's try to get higher than silver by next week. On last hit training.
Gotcha!
I shouldn't even go into a single bot battle until I can get like diamond level at this. And then I can start doing bot battles. And I'm not gonna go into a single lobby until I've done a satisfactory amount of bot battles. I don't know how much that's gonna be. We'll determine that at that point. Right now we got one focus and one focus only. Is last hit training. We're going hardcore in this, you guys. I obviously am not. I don't know if I'm capable of being a pro at this game, but I could at least approach it like a pro. That's how I have fun. That's literally how I enjoy video games. If you don't like it, then tough. I play video games or chess or anything as if I'm gonna become a pro. That's how I enjoy it. I like the grind. That's literally the reason I play video games at all, is if I am approaching it from a grind. It's impossible for me to play casually because I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it casually. I enjoy the
15 seconds
intense
remaining.
focus and the intense like meta analysis and the grind, the practice. Like, I don't care if I'm gonna become pro or not in real life. Like, that's not the goal. The goal is to become the best I possibly can. And nowadays, I don't think it matters being like pro level at the game, because the way things work now is I can try to become like a pro streamer, and as a streamer you don't have to be that good at the game. But I need to be good enough to be able to be interactive and entertaining, and right now I'm barely good enough to even play the game, and so I have to get to a level where I can play the game comfortably but decently, possibly even well, while streaming. Because that's my goal. My goal is to be able to play it from the standpoint of a streamer and not a pro gamer. Because I don't think I could become a pro gamer, but I could become a pro streamer. That's something in the realm of possibility. It's not impossible compared to becoming a pro Dota 2 player, like in esports. I can't really see that happening. It might, who knows? I'm not gonna discount it, because who knows, what if I'm just like a savant at this game? I don't like the word savant. It's outdated word. But you know, I did grow up playing like StarCraft and stuff. Like Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3, StarCraft Food War. I never really played StarCraft 2, but I did, like, in 2019. I played for a bit. No, 2018. I played for a bit. I played StarCraft. I didn't really play when I started streaming because I couldn't play it while streaming. And when I started streaming, I only focused on doing things that I could do on stream. Because it's like, I was like, you know what? Like, what's the point? Like it's the streaming I enjoy, not the game. But right now I'm not at a level at this game where I can really stream the way I want to. But it's okay. I'm trying to focus, but I also am trying to get like a comfortability with the game. Probably not very entertaining to watch me grind, but maybe it is. Maybe people like who knows? Like, I'm not gonna discount anything because there might be people out there who are like Dota, hardcore Dota players, who are like, let me watch this noob go the whole entire distance and see how she handles it. Like, there might be people out there. You know, I'm not gonna discount it because I don't know what I don't know. Right? Like, there might be pro Dota players out there who like bet on which beginner gets stronger faster. That's in the realm of possibility. That people watch streamers and like lurk and like say like, okay, I'm gonna follow this streamer and have like a fantasy draft of like which Dota beginner makes the most progress in a certain amount of time or something. And then when they play games, like bet on who's gonna perform better. I don't know. I mean, I'm imagining things. These are things that might be possible. Who knows? So that might be some people in my potential audience, or people who are just like, I want to see how you grind, because they're that
Every coin helps.
that into the game. Bam. Bam. I'm liking my momentum. Oh, I gotta calibrate blood sugar stuff. I need to eat, and we'll take my insulin and eat. If I take my insulin, I have to eat. Otherwise, it's not good. That was 6 units? Yeah, and you know, like, it's kind of relaxing. Oops. It's kind of like relaxing just doing this training. It's like, it's nice and repetitive, but it has like a rhythm to it, and it requires focus. So it's like 3 different things. Like the rhythm and the focus. Like, cause it would be one thing if it was just rhythm and I could just, like, cause if it's like autopilot, it's not as therapeutic, I don't think. But having the focus is like, because I have to time it. Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, way ya, way ya. Peanut butter jelly for breakfast. Um, 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 um. Ooh. Let's get serious. Okay, I am officially done with the in-game music. Testing, test, 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 testing, 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 testing. You know. Okay. No. Oh. How about we find some like um minimal trap house. Minimal trap house. No copyright. EDM gaming music. Let's go. Okay, I need to load it in VLC. Without video. Ugh. No, how about, I don't want this. No copyright minimal techno. There we go. Deep house minimal. Oh, there's a live stream. There we go. That's better. And there we go. Royalty free music. And oof. VLC. Now that's good music to grind to. How long can we grind last hit training? This is how you know you've gone off the deep end, you guys. This is how you know you've gone off the deep end. I'm just kidding. Everything's fine. In fact, never been better. Oh, this one doesn't load. Not every stream loads on VLC. Oh well, put the quality on lowest. 144p. Or I could just use audio only YouTube. There we go. Audio only YouTube. There we go. Okay, let's turn it down. There we go. Okay. Let's go. No, I missed it.
Get my point?
Nice. Bam. Almost. Combo breaker. The music really helps. This is nice, more upbeat music. Here we go. This is the music I'm always going to listen to while playing Dota now. Just this track. Making absolutes never works out. Always working in absolutes never works out. I see what you did there, Rebecca. Here, I'm gonna call Dota. I'm gonna call it Streamer Trainer. This is because I'm used to playing chess, and chess is really high emotion for me. And no, obviously it's good streaming content, but I need to learn how to be relaxed, and so I need to play a video game to do that. Let's kite. Let's kite. Let's kite. Kite, 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 kite. Oh, so when you're down to 0, it lets you kill the last batch? That's really weird. So it's like you get free points at the end. I didn't realize that. Okay, 1250, not bad. I can do better. I've done I've done silver before. 2,100, I think. it's scoreboard? No, that's not it. Alright, first deny. Nice. Second deny. Third deny.
Enemies armor like wind chimes.
Oh. The last hits are harder, I think. For some reason, the last hits are harder for me than the denies. Like, killing my own teammates is easier for me. It's an emotional block, okay? It's harder for me to kill my enemies than it is to kill my own teammates. It's triggering. I'm triggered. There should be a meme. It's like what alt-right people are doing right now, and they're like all raging on Twitter or whatever. And then it said what people on the left are doing, and it should show them grinding the last hit. Show them grinding the last hit trainer on Dota. That should be a meme. It's just like right now, like aftermath of storming the Capitol, what the right are doing, and it's like it shows them like raging on Twitter, like, and then, and then it says what the left are doing, grinding Dota, grinding the last hit counter. Raging at Dota.
15 seconds remaining.
You know, like the emotions still happen, even though I have like a lifetime of like being used to playing video games. Like I grew up with it, you know. Like I played in my formative years. I played like StarCraft and Diablo, and I went through all those like raging moments. But it still happens. Like it gets frustrating. Like it happens in chess more than anything. Like when you work so hard at something, and it's like the longer you work on it, the worse it gets. Like when it does happen, like on average, you can maintain like calm more often. But like but then it's like because you worked on it so long, you have high expectations for yourself, and if you do really badly, it's like you rage even more at yourself because you're mad at yourself. You're not mad at like your opponent. You're not mad at the game. Like you're mad at yourself. Like that's a different kind of rage, I think. There's the rage that you have at first is where you're kidding yourself and you think that it's other people's fault. That's like the first level of rage, is when you blame other people. But then really the real rage is the one that you're when you're upset at yourself because you know you can do better. Like that's real rage, okay? when you're yelling at yourself. Yeah, I like this playlist already. This is perfect. This is perfect. We gotta get some kiting in. Okay, this guy's gotta have to die. Nope.
Thanks for the gold.
Bam. Yeah, I think the biggest thing with this is I need to feel no stress and I need to be comfortable with it. Like it needs to just feel like normal. Like it should just feel like clicking. Like on a chess piece. Like that's how it needs to feel. It needs to feel like clicking on a chess piece. Like that requires, it does require precision and skill, but like but like right now the biggest challenge I face is just getting this mechanic. I need to master it before I do anything else in this game. Because I feel like a lot of people who start out, like they just try to do too much. I think that's been my biggest problem with MOBA games, is I've tried to just go right into matchmaking. Because that's usually how I approach games. So I just go right into matchmaking. But like I think in order to really enjoy the game, I have to get this mechanic down pat. Oh, I say as I fail. The music really helps. Jeez. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Bam.
Get my point?
Bam. Almost got the deny. Bam. Even on like enemy creeps, like for some reason, like using attack left click seems to feel better. Like it's just the timing of it, like even for enemy creep, like right clicking just feels like moving. Like attack left click feels like precision. I don't know why. Well, obviously it's because of the extra mouse click. At least for like last hits. For like auto attack, right click. Because for auto attack I need to do attack move. And I can't use attack A that fast. Oh no! I want them to last hit me. Ah. Oh no. Okay, I can just buy back. I didn't realize that buyback was an option in this mode.
15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like the idea of last hit. Always use attack. Always use attack click. Like even for enemy creep. Because it's just like, it has that feel to it. But for attack move, use right click. So it's like I have two different modes of attack. I have attack click. And I have attack move. But for denies and for last hits, use attack left click. don't know. Come on. No.
Gotcha!
Seconds remaining.
No. Yeah, I'm averaging around like 900 to 1,000. You need to bring that up. Just like in chess, geez. It's terrible. Why am I stuck at such a low number all the time in my life? Everything I do, like stuck at the bottom of the barrel. Sucks. Why am I so inadequate? You need to fix that. Yosh. So close. I'm
15
such a
seconds remaining.
noob, jeez. But it's okay. You gotta fail in order to succeed. Uh-huh. $800. All right. Just gotta remain calm, keep breathing.
Easy breezy.
Easy breezy. Easy breezy. Bam. Like when you get it and it's like connect, it feels, you can feel it. Like there's a physical feeling when you get the last hit. It's got like a connect feel to it. It's purely psychological. Like it's, there's no actual physical thing happening with my mouse and keyboard or anything. It's just it had, and well, there is the visual part of it, like. But like it just has this, like, you know that you timed it right when it happens. You know intuitively that it happened. But when it doesn't do it, you know intuitively that it didn't happen. Uh,
15 seconds remaining.
nice. Well, I had weird, like, no vision there for a second. Not bad. This is really sweaty. This is sweaty work here. Oh, and the game froze. No good. Why I gotta. No. Bam. All right, we hit over 1,000 here. Ah. Okay, at least I got more last hits than it dies. Ah. I was even getting the auto attack timing right that time. All right, killing spree. No, and then they go to their deaths at the tower. Jeez. Shut the doors. Get the point. Get my point. Get my point. Oh, papa, papi, papa, papi, papa. Too much damage. The system is down. The system is down. Oh, it's going bad.
Every coin helps.
Everybody, everybody, move your body. Everybody, move your body. No. Where'd my creep go? Oh. 1100. Oh. Nice. No, it's too slow. I mean, too soon. No, too late. Nice. Come on. No, too late. Too late. Nice. Perfect. Perfect. And then they rush to their deaths. Bunch of idiots. That'd be a very long time before I get good at this. Jeez. It's okay. We're gonna grind it out. That's what I'm best at. I'm best at doing things for a long time. I'm used to playing Final Fantasy XI, and I play classical. And I'm a chess player. I play classical chess as well. I can grind it out, okay? It's not a question of if. It's a question of when. I can grind out this ability. This is a real skill I can get down. I can get the timing perfect on every single creep. Come on. Oh no. Definitely get that one. Come on. Yeah, you gotta look at the rate of decay on the health bar and judge the timing on my ranged attacks depending on the distance. In real time, it's just difficult. It's a really difficult game, you guys. This is really difficult. No wonder people play it. Like, I've always watched it and I'm like, I kind of didn't get it, and it's just like, I kind of get it now. And obviously this is the bare minimum. This is the first step. It's just getting last hits and denies. Like, that's the first step. And then after that, there's all the other stuff. There's the meta, there's the hero pair up and matching and team fights. And then there's like item builds for each hero depending on what you need that matchup. So many stuff, but you have to get this down first, because this is the bare minimum. This is the basics, the fundamentals, the most fundamental mechanic. I'm doing the right thing by doing this first. It seems boring, but it'll pay off. It dividends if I can play the long game. If I do this for an entire week and don't do any matchups whatsoever for an entire week, and then switch to bot matches until further notice, before I go to pub. We can systematically just grind the shit out of this game, okay? Just systematically do all the things required to get good. And as we go, I refine it. That's what I do, okay? I can do this. I can get good at this game. I can do it. I can get the timing right.
Thanks for the gold.
For all intents and purposes, this is the game right now. We're not... This is literally the game. There's nothing else. This is 100% what I'm doing when I log on to Dota for at least a week. It seems... I mean, it's kind of boring, but I gotta get it down. Raining the... How do you mean?
15 seconds remaining.
Put a lot of time into it to get good. But at least it's a very clear path. So I can just grind it. I'm not getting any of the ranged. Uh-oh. I know what happened. What? My webcam screwed up. And I forgot to turn off the preview. Okay. Maybe that's why it slowed down earlier. Okay. Getting the timing on the towers is harder. I haven't got it down yet.
Seconds remaining.
At least I'm staying a little bit consistent, getting around the 1,000 mark. Let me get up and stretch a little bit. Get some more coffee, and I'll be right back. We'll get right back to the grind, you guys. Stay tuned for more grind. There's some non-toasted toast. This is a bobblehead streamer. You know what I need to do? I need to stop the negative thoughts. Stop the negative thoughts. I'm having negative thoughts. I'm having negative thoughts, and I need to stop. Just stop it, Rebecca. Stop it. Stop having negative thoughts. Everything's gonna be okay. Your life's gonna be okay. Just because you don't have success at 30, well, I turned 33 on the 15th. Today is the 10th. 5 more days, I'm turning 33. It'll be my birthday. I just like, I look at other people who are younger than me who have so much success, not even 30 years old, and have so much success, have talent, have great personality, and it's just so frustrating when some people just are able to get so much success, and I put so much work into what I do, into everything that I do. I put hours upon hours upon hours, thousands of hours into everything that I've worked on in my life. And I just hit roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of not having success. I'm tired of being denied everything that I've worked for. And I know that's not good to compare yourself to others, because one person's success, you know, it's not comparable to what my success will be. And who knows, like, maybe it really will all pay off, and even better than I could have imagined. Like, maybe I can have more success than I've ever imagined, because I put in the work that I have, and the time, and the blood, sweat, and tears. It would be just hilarious if I get success because of Dota. That would just be so fucking hilarious. If the thousands of hours of chess amounted to nothing, but then I start playing Dota and suddenly start making success, that would be so freaking stupid. But I don't care. I play Dota because it's something new that I can work on, that I can strive towards. It gets some new pathways in my brain. It starts helping me put stuff together in my brain. You know, because I can put the hours into chess, and then I can, like, relax by working on Dota. Not relax, but like, well, relax, but think a different way and just let my brain work on it in the background while I'm playing Dota. And also for my mental health, because a lot of the time I get so fixated on one thing that I start going down like these really dark mental health threatening paths in my thoughts. And just, I don't know, doing something new and something that takes a lot of work and a lot of time, it usually helps. And Dota is definitely it's a game that people play, and maybe I can make more friends who play Dota. I do have friends who play Dota, actually, and one of my friends I haven't talked to in years, really, he plays Dota. Last time I checked. I don't know how much he's playing now. Let me turn the volume down a little bit. There we go. 'Cause I think the music was a little bit too loud. Who knows? But I don't know. I'm, no matter what happens with my, no matter what happens with my skill in Dota, it's all part of my stream. I have a growth plan, and however long that takes to grow the game is kind of irrelevant to me, really. I'm just trying to, like, do the grind. Like, really. And maybe I make new friends who play Dota too, not just my current friends, but I would like my current friends to play. Hopefully we can get them on stream. It would be nice to actually do streams with my friends and voice chat. Oh, hey, Happy New Year, Bright Dreams. It's my birthday in 5 days. I'm gonna be turning 33 years old. And I'm kind of like in a depressed state the past few weeks, few months, I don't know. But recently, like the past week or two, it's been really bad depression, and I'm trying to bust my way through it. And that's, I decided to start playing Dota again. And I'm going through a systematic approach now. I'm not just going into lobbies and stuff. Like I'm straight up, like for a week, I'm gonna do nothing but this last hit trainer. So it's like, might be boring content, but obviously everybody who's come to my stream has told me that it's not about my content as far as gameplay, that my content is me. And you know, most people agree on that for most streamers. It's like, it's not really about the gameplay. Like, so the gameplay could literally just be like me doing last hit trainer. And yeah, and right now it's really hard to talk while I'm playing, but I could always just take a break like I'm doing now to chat. But like, mostly the biggest thing, okay, so I don't like, you know, people who join my stream or who don't really know me too well, who are just starting to get to know me as a streamer and as a person. I feel like a lot of people don't really understand like what I know, because it feels like when people meet me, they're like, they have this checklist of, oh, well, this person must not know this, because they're, you know, obviously when it comes to the gameplay and stuff, like, and I understand that, you know, I'm not trying to say that like I'm smarter than everyone else. What I'm trying to say is that like it's kind of frustrating when people assume that you don't know certain things, and then they kind of like, it's not like they're you know, it feels personal, but it's not. It's like they're just doing what you know, the most likely scenario is that somebody doesn't know this information and they're trying to be helpful. But it's frustrating because it feels like they're targeting you, and it feels like they're being condescending. But you know, it's like when people say like, oh, you know, you shouldn't pursue, you know, streaming as a career. It's like, well, you don't understand my personal issues that I have in life. And I know, and I done, you know, I know how impossible of a task it is, but it doesn't matter, because I don't really have many other options, and the other options I have aren't very sustainable either. And the other option that we're definitely working on right now, but it relies on a bunch of waiting and a bunch of, like, you know, we still have to do some more paperwork that I haven't done yet, not till Tuesday. I'm gonna work on it on Tuesday with my case manager, but we still haven't turned all of it in, and it's going to take months and months and months for them to approve it. And yeah, they'll give me, you know, they backdated the application so that like they'll give me a whole bunch of money to make up for it, but like it's going to be even longer before I can get housing, and I need to move out of my dad's trailer. It's just my dad is holding me back. Okay, like I need to relocate, start over from scratch, and just have, you know, an income, be able to manage my time and manage my life, and find the things that I actually enjoy, you know, about like day-to-day life. Because right now I'm living on my dad's life, and my dad does nothing with his life, just drinks, comes home from work, plays his video game, goes to work, comes home, drinks and plays his video game. Like, that's all he does. I think you're right, it's more you, the game that you're playing. Yeah, exactly. And you know, I could be playing chess, I could be playing Dota, I could play whatever. Like, obviously it's nice to have both. Like, you know, I don't think I could ever be a 100% just chatting streamer. Like honestly, like I need to have something to do. Like it's really hard for me to, I mean, I don't know, it depends on the topic. Like if I'm, I mean, it depends on how I feel and what the topic that we're talking about, and just a lot of different factors. Like, but it's like, the reason I started streaming in the first place was because it was so hopeless that even the most hopeless pursuit was still hope. So obviously we're still yet to figure out where we're going. Like I don't know what my future looks like. And you know, obviously, regardless of what I do while I'm trying to, whatever I'm doing, we're still doing the bare minimum of getting on SSI and getting housing. Like, that's still going to happen. It's not like I'm doing streaming in place of something that I should be doing. Like, I'm doing everything I should be doing right now. So I actually should not stop being so critical on myself, because I am literally doing the best I can right now. And streaming, the reason I'm doing it right now is obviously there is a glimmer of hope that I could build something for myself other than just collecting disability checks. Because that is not the future I want. I don't want to just be collecting disability checks and slowly dying. Like, that's not my I want to live, and I want to create something, and I want to create lasting value that helps other people and brings people together, and brings joy into people's lives and helps people grow. That's a lot of people look at streaming and they're like, oh, it's just people playing video games. And it's like, no, streaming is much more than that. Like, some people are in the darkest time of their life, but then they find a stream, and obviously there is no formula for you just find the streamer that you find. Some people, I might be the first streamer that some of my viewers will ever see, like the very first streamer that some of my viewers will experience. And if I'm the person who keeps them on the platform, like, obviously, I'm not thinking like economically. I'm thinking like, if I'm the person that introduces somebody to streaming and they come here for me, like that's something that that's an amazing feeling. Like, knowing that like somebody comes to this platform specifically for me, like, and it's like, there's a reason. And I know, because I'm also a Twitch viewer, there's certain streamers that I watch and support. And every time I go to their stream, like, I feel connected, and I feel like I'm part of the community, and I feel like something is happening that is getting me through the darkest time of my life, the most difficult time of my life. And yeah, it is hopeful, and it's positive. I'm doing like amazing things with my life right now, doing the most important thing of my life, which is moving forward with my transition and going towards the very scary but very necessary bottom surgery, which can have complications and might have lifelong repercussions, but most likely not. But there are chances. Just like any surgery, there can be something can go wrong, and I really hope that's not the case. Most likely it's not going to be the case. You get a good surgeon who has a good track record. And, all the surgeons, in my area, it's going to be in San Francisco, I'm pretty sure. Like, all the, San Francisco, like, there's going to be like a good surgeon. Okay. Like, like, we're like one of the most progressive states in the United States, and also, I feel like there's just more resources for trans people here. And even though it's expensive to live here in California, this is the safest place I can be, and it's the most beneficial to me right now, because I need to have access to my hormones, I need to have access to surgeries. And it's really difficult because I'm still very early on in my transition. It's only been like a year and 3 months. And there's like, it takes like 2 to 3 years to fully, well, not fully transition, quote unquote, but like, most of the feminizing happens within the first 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years, but I don't know. Surgery should happen this year. I'm really hoping. I'm really crossing my fingers on that one, hoping it happens. Fingers crossed that we get the surgery and I start recovering. And I hope I have I hope I have a great recovery. And then I can have my first real orgasm that I've never had in my entire life. I know that's a little bit graphic, but But you know, it's more like I'm becoming myself, and that's like it. It's really difficult though. Dota is a MOBA. I never played one of those. Yeah, I grew up playing like RTSs and FPSs and like Diablo and Final Fantasy. I've tried MOBAs before. I've tried Dota. I've tried League of Legends. I've tried Heroes of New Earth. I've tried Heroes of the Storm. I'm just gonna stick with Dota though. Because, you know, at the very least, I have at least one friend I know who plays it. I haven't talked to him in a while, and maybe Dota might be a way to bridge the gap and because I don't, you know, I know that like it's really, sometimes you just have to let people go in your life, but I don't think there's any reason why I have to say goodbye to, he's actually like one of my first friends in my life. I really have, it's not easy for me to let people go. You know, especially people who have been there my whole entire life, and there's something special. And you know, like I know that like a lot of it, you know, I think that like, you know, a lot of it we have to fight for, like we have to work at it, you know. Sometimes you're lucky to live in California. Yeah, I mean, there's worse place to live if you're LGBT, but the UK right now is acting really transphobic. United States is pretty transphobic too, but I'm in California at least, so it's like we're a progressive state. But United States is bigger, and there's a lot of states where if you're trans, you have to find a way to get out as soon as possible, because everybody in every county is ignorant and racist and transphobic. Not everybody, but like, you know, it's like there's high risk for LGBT people in some states, and your goal then becomes to your goal then for people who are LGBT in certain parts of the country is keep everything a secret until you can get out, and then as soon as you get out, you can start living your life authentically. And that sucks that people have to pretend to be somebody they're not just to be safe. That like they can't even come out to their own family because they might be kicked out and homeless. It should be a crime. I think I remember like in Canada, like they started making legislation that like parents can't like, that like you can be protected from your parents trying to prevent you from transitioning, because you know that's wrong for parents to force somebody, because they say, oh, it's irreversible. Like, well, so is going through your first puberty. Like that's irreversible. Like like I don't understand like why they think that it's child abuse to allow somebody to pursue something that they know to be true with a support network and with, you know, compassionate doctors and therapy, without, and going through that without the support of your own parents, as difficult as it is. But like having the support, I mean, it's difficult, but like having the support, it's still difficult, but at least then you'd have your family on your side. And there's kids out there that are, you know, trying to just live their lives. And like, you know, some kids are trans. And they're like, hey, like, what are my options? Well, you know, socially transition until you're like 12 or 13. Go on hormone blockers if you think that you're going to be going on hormones, which is most likely the case. If you're social transitioned that long, it's persistent and it's over a long period of time. It's not going to go away. And honestly, if I had known what it was when I was that young and I had the opportunity, I would have taken it. But I didn't know what it was till I was 18, unfortunately. And for some of us, that's just how it goes. Like, but you know, and then people say, oh, well, you know, what if they change their mind? It's like, if you know, you know. Like, I've known since I was 18, but I floundered around for like 14 years. And then once I was ready, I was ready. Some people are very ready when they're like 4. And then it's how is it child abuse to just let somebody socially transition? No medical transition whatsoever, because that's not even allowed. You know, that's not standard practice. It's not safe. Specifically because, I mean, whatever. because you can't be on hormones until puberty anyway. And I'm not sure if eventually they'll allow people to go on hormones younger, because like I'm not sure if puberty blockers, I don't know, there's a lot of science to it that I don't know about. Maybe it's better to go on puberty blockers first and then take hormones later, who knows. But there's safeguards so that people know that what they're getting into and that it's irreversible. But on the other hand, going through your puberty, being forced to go through your puberty is also endangering people's lives. So it's like, at least pausing puberty gives you more time until you can make the decision to go on hormones, which is most likely going to happen. But hopefully you have support from your family. Hopefully you have support from your doctors who aren't like trying to convince you that you're not trans, who are actually like following standard practice and being safe and making sure that you're informed and that you understand the realities that you're getting into, because it's more than just medical realities. Because if it were just that, it would be one thing, but it's medical realities and social realities. Because being trans is dangerous. Being trans means that you're going to lose a lot of people in your life. You're going to have less opportunities in your life. But the alternative is having a shitty life that you hate, where you're going to probably go into a spiral of deep depression and possible other self-damaging behaviors. So that's the alternative, and that's not an alternative. That's not an option. And some people force themselves to go through that, like I did, and I wish I didn't. I wish I was able to just start the process when I was 18. I would have been a lot better, but who knows? I would have been a different person. But at the same time, like, it's just frustrating that people won't even believe this. They won't even believe science. They won't believe, standard medical practice. Because it would be one thing if everybody was on the same page with this. If everybody was like, okay, well, some people are trans. Okay. Like, that's the reality. Like, some people are trans. And it's a very small amount of us comparatively. Like, it's like 1% of us. Maybe more, because there's people... That's only counting people who are openly trans. Like, that's not counting people who are in the closet. And that's not counting people who don't know yet. So it's like there may be a lot more people who are trans than you think. And yeah, I hope one day that, talking about my gender identity isn't like 100% of my identity, but right now that's all that, it's a really important part of my identity. It's always going to be an important part of my identity, but like, as far as like, I would like to have other things to talk about. I would like to talk about gameplay. I would like to talk, as far as being a streamer goes, like, I don't want this to be the only thing I talk about is my gender, like, it's like, well, who cares? Like, like, there's more to life. Like, I'm not just one thing. Oh, this is only an hour long. It has like a red dot on it. I thought it was live. Okay, let's look for another one then. Okay. Here we go. And we'll get back to gameplay in a second. I was just taking a break. We're really doing like one focus right now. Like, I'm really trying to get comfortable with doing last hits, because it's like the most important game mechanic. It's really boring, I know, but it's something to keep my mind focused. Yeah, no, who knows what this next year will bring. I mean, I have a clear path ahead of me. I have surgery incoming. It's like the biggest deal for me. Whatever will happen with my face, at the very least, tracheal shave, possibly brow shaving. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Like, we'll see when we get to that point. Because that's actually not as important to me as the lower surgery. That's been the most important to me since I knew I was trans. Like, I've known for 14 years, and I've been denied myself. Like, I denied myself. And then there's, obviously there's time on hormones, and, there's also, like, hoops I have to go through to get there. But we're almost there. Like, it's so close I can taste it. And it's gonna be a recovery process, which is gonna be a process. And maybe it's not gonna be as hard as I think it is. Like, maybe it's gonna be a lot easier. Maybe it's just gonna be a matter of waiting. Maybe it's gonna be no big deal at all. And then, things will just start to really level out, especially financially when I start to get on SSI and I get into housing. If I can get a housing voucher. And then the whole time I'm working on my stream. I'm working on Dota, I'm working on chess. And chess is my main stream, but who knows? Maybe Dota could become my mainstream. Maybe Dota is gonna be the thing that makes me popular. Who knows? If I can get good at this game, who knows? At the very least, I might make new friends. But, and also just enjoying a video game that's challenging. At the very least. Regardless of what happens with my stream. But, it's something I can work on while I try to get my life together. Otherwise. And honestly, there might be other opportunities along the way. I don't know yet. Obviously, I'm not in a stable enough place right now to try to look for alternate sources of income. Like, that's just not possible. I tried. It just isn't gonna happen. And it's easier if I just accept that. And it's probably better if I just accept that, honestly. I'll probably have better outcomes with my life if I just do what I need to do right now and focus on that. And I'm slowly building something that may or may not happen. And if it does happen, it might not be for a long time, but I need that time. Okay, like, this is actually the perfect thing I can be doing. Doing a Twitch stream, as terrible as that, for some people that's like the absolute worst path you can take. I think for me, it's the best path I can take because it's biding my time while I'm going through all these other difficult things in my life, because my focus is not on income right now. My focus is on getting, my focus is on getting that safety net of disability income. And once I have that safety net, and obviously then there's my gender transition, which is very taxing on my mental health. But in the long run, it's better for my mental health. But right now, it's so taxing. Transitioning is like the most difficult thing I've ever had to do in my entire life. But I'm gonna get through it, and we're gonna, it's gonna get easier. And fortunately, I kind of have like a set of cards on my table that help me pass better, which shouldn't be a factor, honestly, but it is. Unfortunately, being passable is a factor. And I don't think I'm 100% passable right now, but some people have said I am. And obviously, hateful people, bigoted people, transphobic people, they don't care how much you're passing. Like, you could be like freaking like the most beautiful woman on the planet. They're still gonna call you a man. Because they refuse to accept that we exist. They refuse to accept accepted science. Like, gender identity is literally an identity. Like, it has nothing to do with biology. And biology is not as clear-cut as we've thought. Like there's so many different factors to your biology. Not like it matters. Like why does your biology matter? I don't know why people think that your biology at a microscopic level is what defines you. Like like, oh, you have a certain set of mitochondria, that's who you are. Or, you know, and then people think that a piece of paper is who you are, which I am doing that too. That's another thing I forgot to mention. Well, I mentioned it many times on my stream. Like, this is an ongoing process. Like, I still have to fill the paperwork, but right now we're focused on, me and my case manager are hyper focused on the SSI paperwork because the financials part is the most important. Not to say that the name change and gender change, legal name and gender change aren't important, but it is like a priority that, like, you know, getting myself in a stable financial situation and moved out of this trailer is like number one. Besides, you know, the you know, and also, you know, I'm on the hormones, which is like the number one thing that has to happen for transitioning. So, you know, that's gonna take time. That takes time anyway. Like, so it's like I have to wait it out. It just kind of sucks that, like, you know, I'm gonna, you know, obviously it's never too late, and I'm still pretty young. I'm turning 33 in 5 days. 33 is still really young, especially this day and age. Yeah, I heard about that case. Yeah, it's like it's screwed up because of one person who ended up upset that they transitioned and had to detransition, which is legitimate. But to take that to court and to ruin it for all the people who do need it is beyond fucked up. Like, it's one thing if they detransitioned, but to take legal action and completely destroy so many people's lives, and people are fighting it. I mean, that's a fact. People are fighting this because this is life and death. This isn't a life choice. This isn't like, oh, you know, I decided I'm trans. Like, no, this is a fact of life. And if you are denied this, it can mean death. A very real possibility. And people don't seem to get that. And it's just so sad that so many people are now denied puberty blockers until it's too late. Like, 16 is still not too late, but it's there's stuff can start as soon as 12 or 13, like, you know, 13 or 12, or sometimes even younger. But to not have access to puberty blockers until you're already started your puberty, when you know that you need them, like, it's one thing if you don't know. Like, obviously you know, and people think that parents and doctors are forcing kids to do this. That's not the case at all. I mean, I'm not like discounting the possibility that it might happen, but that's not happening. Like, the kids are figuring out who they are, and they say, hey, like, I need to talk to a doctor because I might be trans. And then they'd explore it themselves with the guidance of a licensed therapist who is trained, hopefully, in, you know, sensitivity training and specific training for trans patients, and hopefully with the support of their parents and their family. And like, to be denied blockers until it's possibly too late? Because by the time you're 16, you could already be well along your puberty. And there's permanent damage for trans people. Obviously, it's not damage for cisgender people, but it's permanent damage. More than just physical, it's psychological, mental damage. To have to go through permanent changes in your body that you have to work your ass off to try to reverse. And some of it is like, you can reverse some of it, but you can't reverse certain things. I literally, like, there are surgeries to fix your voice, but it's not perfect yet. it's still early, and it's still experimental, and it might never happen. Who knows? I mean, I'm not gonna it's probably not gonna, there's probably will be a time where you can get vocal feminization surgery that isn't too unnatural. But for most of us, we have to go through vocal training, which I'm going through, but I've been really bad about continuing. Like, I have the coursework, and I'm going really slowly, but I have so many other things on my plate that it's hard to do. But it's just so frustrating, and I know people are gonna fight this. People are fighting this. But it's just frustrating that people have to fight just to get basic life-saving care, because they don't even accept it. They don't even accept that it's required care. They think it's cosmetic. But and we, it's like it'd be one thing, like, I don't know why people are just like so against it. Like why? Like, do people not understand? Do people not understand that the child abuse is not letting people transition? Like they think that letting somebody explore their identity, and then eventually, and then slowly gathering information and making sure that it's the right move, and having like guided care, they think that that's child abuse, but they don't understand that what they're doing is child abuse. I can imagine a day where that's not going to happen anymore. I can imagine a day where people start to figure it out. And hopefully it happens in my lifetime, but I've already accepted that I might live my whole life never accepted by a large portion of society. And it's painful, but it's the reality I live in. And there's not much I can do about it. I can try to fight for myself. I could try to fight for other people even. But I might live my whole entire life living in transphobia. And it's not like I'm unique. Cuz plenty of people face discrimination and prejudice. Some people from the moment they're born. If it's the color of your skin. Like, if you're black, you literally can't hide that. Being trans is a different kind of thing, because it's something you can technically hide, but you can't in the end. Like, in the end, you can't. Because it leads to self-harm. And then instead of being compassionate, reasonable people who try to understand that, just because you're not going through it, and just because you don't 100% understand it, doesn't mean it's valid. I mean, doesn't mean that it's not valid. All these double negatives. Like, people are so resistant to people getting the care that they need. And it's so important for them that we don't change our bodies, and that, like, if for some reason they think that that's some kind of crime for me to do what I need to do, and they feel that it's so important to them that they have to spend all this time and energy to try to hurt us, to force us to be someone we're not. And it just boggles my mind. Like, why don't they mind their own fucking business? Like, and when it comes to children, like, young adults, because being trans makes you grow up really fucking fast. Really fucking fast. That shit That shit makes you fucking grow up. You're going through something that is more painful than most people will ever experience. And not to say it's not a competition. Like there's different kinds of discrimination. There's different kinds of trauma. Like it's not a competition, okay? Like it's just different. It's a different kind of trauma. It's a different kind of discrimination. It's not a contest, okay? I'm not trying to compare myself to black people, because black people go through a different kind of discrimination that is the worst in the country and in the world, really, but in this country, in the United States, for sure. Founded on slavery, which never really went away. But that's a whole other topic. I'm white. And I do have Cherokee blood in me and stuff like that, but I'm white. Okay? Like, I have privilege. Even though I'm trans, I still have privilege. And you know, as a trans person, I have some privilege too, because I'm apparently pretty passable. So, anyway, let's get back to the grind. Nice.
Easy breezy.
Grr. Oh, I'm like just getting it wrong. Yeah, I'm doing really bad this round.
Seconds remaining.
I'm just like not getting it this round.
Gotcha.
It's okay. Like I said, like we have a ton of time. And yeah, I do hope there's gonna be a day where I can actually like not when I don't have to talk about my gender. Like that's the goal, is to just be normal. You know, like I should just be able to experience life like, you know, when I was when I was unaware of the challenges I face, like, which is obviously, you know, that wasn't good. Because, you know, being, you know, they say ignorance is bliss, but it's really not, because there's there's problems that you're not aware of. And it's like, once you're aware of them, it feels worse because now you're aware of them, but like, it's actually better because you're in a better position to fix it. But there was a time where I was just like, you know, enjoying life. And, you know, obviously I was just ignorant of the issues. And there'll be a new balance, but hopefully there'll be a time in my life where it's just, I can just exist and not have to worry about, you know, trying to convince other people that I exist. You know, it's like, or have to like face, like, you know, obviously life is always going to have challenges. And I wish like this particular part of my challenges was at least a little bit less. Like, I already have enough challenges, but it's not like I can choose, you know, the hands, you know, the hand that was dealt to me. I have a lot of challenges. You know, some things I might not be able to change, but at least I can learn new strategies to deal with them. Like the autism stuff, that's something I can't control, but what I can control is I can work with my therapist and develop strategies to make things okay and doable. Find new strategies to help me be able to maintain and be consistent with life. You know, to be able to show up to a job, whatever that job is. Like, even streaming, like, I treat streaming like a job. But sometimes, you know, lately I've been so depressed, I've just been not really showing up. But I'm trying to get back into it, and Dota is like kind of like my way to like bridge the gap back. Because it's like, it's something I could just grind. I've never really done that before. I've always just like, chess has always been like a unique challenge every game, but like, I mean, yeah, there's unique challenges every game in this, but but there's like a clear path towards improvement. Like, I need to be able to do last hits and denies. And so I'm doing the last hit trainer. Which is very simple and very focused and clear cut. And who knows what the next challenge will be in this game, but I'm not there yet. I mean, I have an idea. You know, after I get the mechanics down, then it's about like, okay, well, what build do I do? And what items do I get? Like what, like that kind of stuff. And like, what do I do against this specific hero? Or this pairing of heroes? Like, it's a lot of stuff to do after, you know, after the mechanics, but I can't do it at all if I don't have the mechanics. Like maybe I can make some good progress with the meta, but like the meta is like, it's only really as useful as my mechanics. If I can't do last hits and make gold, then I'm not really going to be able to be successful with my builds, because I won't be able to get items as fast, because I'll be like really slow with gold. The only way to get gold, besides some random things that are shared, is to get last hits. And also denies are important because it means that you level fast. You're denying experience to your opponent, and that means that you'll level faster than them, which means you'll be stronger than them, which means that you can fight them and harass them and pressure them, which will deny even more experience, because if they have to run back or teleport back, that's time that you have to farm creep that they're not doing, which means you're going to level up faster than them. And generally, if you're higher level than your opponent, you're going to win. It's just math. And see, that's the Rebecca I want to strive for. Okay, now I'm back to current Rebecca. Okay, the current meta of Rebecca. But that's the meta we're fighting for. We're slowly getting there. Just like in this game, I'm slowly getting getting the mechanics. But the future meta that I'm fighting for, Rebecca, is like where I'm like talking about math and like like the game mechanics. Like that's the future meta. And where obviously there's still going to be issues in the world. You know, being trans is not going to be. I mean, we want it to not be an issue, but sadly, it's just part of human nature to just hate us for some reason. Like it's almost like it was a random number generator. Like someone did a dice roll at the beginning of human society. And the dice roll was, okay, well here's some things that are going to be playing out into the end game. And like one of those things was homophobia, another thing was racism, and the other thing was transphobia. Those are the, and also class division. like if you're poor, you're gonna have a, it's actually the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. That's one of the dice rolls that, like, you know, we had the build that goes into the end game in our planet, in our society, in human society. The dice roll that we had was that. Okay, and we have to live with it, and we have to figure out the meta. But like, we're not there yet. But we will, and it's a continually evolving process. The end game will last for all eternity, okay? And it's just going to continually refine itself for all eternity. So it's never going to fully go away. Infinity works like that. You have an upward trend towards, you know, an infinite imaginary number, which is the theoretical final number, which doesn't exist. So you either go infinitely that direction, or you go infinitely towards zero. Or there's a third one, which is infinitely towards the negative numbers, the theoretical lowest number. The theoretical most negative number, which doesn't exist. So you either go negative that direction, or you go negative past zero, or you get, or either direction there's towards zero. So there's 4 different trends. There's infinitely upwards past zero, there's infinitely backwards below zero, there's infinitely towards zero from negative, and there's infinitely towards zero from positive. No. No, too late. I mean, too early. Nice. Nice, I'm getting some better numbers. 1250, not bad, not good. Like, I'm used to StarCraft, so it's like, I'm gonna select that way. But the whole concept of like last hit and denies is like so foreign to me because I'm so used to like StarCraft and Warcraft 3 and stuff like that, where it's like you just have to kill them. But that's not how it works. In order to get gold, you need to get last hit. In order to level up faster than your opponent, because there's the factor of experience instead of upgrades using mining. I'm like in the zone right now. Jeez. I could do this like frickin' all day. This is my autism at work. I use it for good instead of evil. I just gotta be careful of like, you know, RSI and stuff. But that's always the case, you know, I already try to do that with chess. No. No. No, I missed it. Perfect 1,000. No, almost. Nice.
Thanks for the gold.
League's learning curve is way lower than Dota's. Yeah, I don't know about that because it's all comparative because it's not like you're playing like one team is playing League and one team is playing Dota. Everybody on the team is playing League. So it's like if you're playing League, you're playing against other League players. So it's like it's all relative. There's still like a skill involved that's like I don't know. I feel like I like the feel of Dota better than I like League. Like honestly, I used to think the other way around, but now that I've gotten into Dota a little bit more, like I'm just like the mechanics feel more close to home because I grew up with like StarCraft and Warcraft, and like Dota was originally based off of Warcraft 3, and then Dota 2 came out later. And it's like, it's basically Warcraft 3. And I don't know, it's just like the style feels more like what I'm used to growing up. And in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, honestly. Like, just pick one. Pick the one that you enjoy. Like, if you enjoy League, play League. I'm definitely not as, like, toxic about it as a lot of people are. It's like a lot of toxic people in these communities, but you could either choose to blame the whole community or you could just say, you know what, I'm gonna rise above it. I don't think that's what the community is really about. I think like the community is better than that. I want to have faith in people, I don't want to say, oh, well, it's just, oh, it's toxic. It's like, we don't have to accept that. Just like in real life. Like, we don't have to accept that toxic behavior is the norm. We can say no. Like, it's okay to not be toxic. It should actually be encouraged to not be toxic. Like, why do you want to play and exist in a toxic environment? Like, I don't understand. Like, people are so eager to, like, be angry at people and to just make people have a bad time. It's a video game. It's supposed to be fun. Why are people making it, like, shaming people for being noobs or whatever? Like, everyone was a noob once. Jeez, I'm a noob. I don't, it's like, why be mean to me because of it? Like, it seems really stupid. But I think the communities are gradually changing, just like in real life. Like toxic behavior is becoming less and less acceptable. I would hope.
Easy breezy.
Oh shit! What was that noise? It was like the wind, the wind. No. How's your morning going? Hey Dale, welcome back. It's going pretty well. I'm just like having my second cup of coffee and playing some Dota. I'm grinding out Last Hit Trainer because it's the most important mechanic to me. And I don't want to play at all if I don't have this. So that's the game for me right now. And eventually we'll get past this. Eventually I could actually be a master of last hits. It'll probably help me play better than anything else. Like just understanding the mechanics. Like no matter what meta build I have, if I can't do this, I'm useless. And this is just training on my main. I need to be able to play... I need to play like every single hero so I can understand how they all work. At least like a little bit each. Like, obviously my main's gonna be the most I put into, but I have a bunch of alts that I'll need to play. I picked all the female characters, and I made a list of alts. I need to figure out which one, like. My like Wind Ranger is number 1, and then I'm gonna figure out which ones are gonna be my number 1 alts. And if those are taken, I need to have like backups. So I need to be able to be proficient in all of them.
Gotcha.
I know you might think that I'm like putting way too much effort into this game, but like that's how I enjoy games. Like that. I like trying to pretend like I'm gonna become pro. Like that's how I like it's the mental focus that's stimulating for me. The level of intensity of focus on improving. Like that's I get that from lots of things, like from music and from chess. Like that is what makes chess important to me, is the improvement. It's not I mean obviously the game itself is fun, but to me that's the game, is the improvement. I don't know what it's like for other people. I can only speak for myself. No. 1200.
Every coin helps.
You know, I think it's like good that they do the training on level 1, because this is like the very early laning stage. It's like probably where this is the most important to be fast. You ever played Rocket League? I played Rocket League. It's pretty fun. I like how it's like soccer but with cars. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's 100% the concept of the game. I'm so simple when it comes to games. I just like the concept. Like, I'm not like... Some games are different. Like, I'm really into this game. It reminds me of chess. And it's like StarCraft. Like, the meta. Like, I really like the meta. But mechanics come first in these kind of games, because if you don't have the mechanics, the meta doesn't matter. It's not like chess, where the meta is the only thing that matters. Because chess, the execution of the moves, unless you're playing like Bullet or Blitz, like the execution of the moves is not the difficult part. Like, all you have to do is click on 2 squares, or literally move your hand to move a piece physically. Like, that's... You know, like, that's the extent of the mechanics in chess. Like, just moving the pieces. Rocket League's such a simple concept. Yeah, sometimes simple is better. Sometimes complex is better, but sometimes simple is better. Like, and sometimes you can have two games that are the same concept, but the mechanics in one feel different than the other, and so you like that one better. Like, right now, judging how, like, I've played some League, and I've played some Dota, and I've played some Heroes of New Earth, and I've played some, you know, Heroes of the Storm, and so far the mechanics to me that feel the best are Dota, so that's where I'm at.
15 seconds remaining.
I really don't think it matters too much, honestly. In the end of the day, it is just a game. Have you tried Diablo 3? Yeah, I have Diablo 3.
Thanks for the gold.
I also have Path of Exile. I like that game, but it's just sometimes I really don't feel like playing certain games. No, I missed it. No. Yes. Still only 900. Yeah, there's a lot of meta. You know, these kind of games, like MOBAs, action RPGs like Diablo, and RTSs like StarCraft and Warcraft, and MMOs like Final Fantasy 11 and possibly 14. I've gotten into 14. It's very in-depth, and you know, the free trial goes for a very long time, so I can literally play whenever I want and go really far. But Final Fantasy 11 is my main MMO that I've ever played, and I play classical server, and I also play retail server. And you know, that was my first ever, and honestly, like, I didn't really like WoW too much. I liked it for a bit, but it got really repetitive, and not in a good way. Like, Final Fantasy 11 is repetitive, but it's like, it has like a sense of accomplishment about it. And also, it's just, I'm more comfortable with it. That's I think that's the main reason. Like, I'm more comfortable with Final Fantasy 11 than I am with WoW. Or even like EverQuest. Which apparently the original EverQuest had similar level of like PvE that FF11 did. But I'm more of a Final Fantasy kid. I grew up with Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy 7 and then 8. and then 9, and then you know, I actually played like 4, 5, and 6, and 1, 2, and 3 like way later. I've never actually beaten 2. Like 2 is definitely I'm gonna have to play that at some time. I've also only beaten the first Dragon Quest. There's a whole bunch of, you know, the Dragon Quest games are really interesting. I like those, but they're kind of hard to get into sometimes. I have to be in the right mood. But I've only actually beaten the very first Dragon Quest. So there's Dragon Quest 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I guess there's an 11. But yeah, like these whole games where like you have builds and you have to get items, like those games, like Diablo style games, that's like my bread and butter. Like as far as like non-chess games, like non-board games, like board games are my number one. But as far as video games go, like my number one are like action RPG kind of style, or RTS, and I guess MOBA now. Because I never really got into MOBA, but now I'm kind of getting serious. Like I actually want to learn the game. I'll get up, stretch. I'll be back in a few minutes. That's what hooked me on Rocket League. Yeah, there's like a lot of depth to games. Like, there's the initial. See, it's like I never really go past the initial learning curve with most games. Like I try it out and then I'm like, nah, I don't really like it. And obviously that's okay. I mean, it's literally just a video game. like you gotta find ones that you really like can see yourself getting into. Like at first I started MOBAs and I couldn't really get into it, but now I'm starting to see like, okay, well, let me get past this initial hump and then maybe it'll be a lot better after that. And I kind of enjoy this like rhythm right now, like just working on these mechanics. Like I'm actually kind of enjoying it. It's kind of therapeutic. And I'm also having like a Tetris effect. I went to the bathroom and I was literally seeing like me fighting the creep, like like flashing in front of me. and I saw the bars going down. Like, is that literally what happens? Is how you get better? Is like you go to sleep and your brain like processes the timing? Like, is that really why it takes so long to learn the game? Is because you actually need to go through that process of like burning the images into your brain and then just processing it while you sleep and stuff. That's the only reason why it takes so long. Not a bad theory, Rebecca. I'm also trying it out, like, because I normally stream chess, but I'd like to... See, I'd like to have, like, a video game stream as well. And I've been trying to find one for a very long time. Since I started streaming, I've been trying to find, like, a video game that I want to stream, besides chess. And I guess I'm just gonna stick with Dota for that. I do stream other games every now and then too, just like when I feel like it. Like FPSs, like Counter-Strike. Probably like walking away from a puzzle and coming back to it and seeing a solution. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Tetris effect. Because I think the original like discovery of that phenomenon was from pro Tetris players. Well, even like non-pro, just like people playing Tetris over and over and over, and seeing the puzzle pieces, the Tetris pieces, like even when they weren't playing. And honestly, I don't, I do picture, because I practice playing chess blindfolded and stuff like that. Not too much. I need to do it more because visualization is like the most important part of chess, and like practicing blind is one of the best ways to train your visualization. But I think my understanding of the board is less visual and more like kind of like a connection. Like I don't really picture the pieces in my head all the time. So it's a little different, even though I stare at a computer screen with the two-dimensional board and they're like sprites or pixels. Like I still have trouble like visualizing it that way. I visualize chess in my head differently than I see it on the screen. So I don't know. And yeah, maybe it actually is like very visual as well. Like I still do see like the chessboard, like when I close my eyes and focus on it, like, and sometimes I do see like chess positions that way. But most of the time I don't think of chess positions in my mind, in my mind's eye, the same way that I see them on the computer screen or on the 3D board. Although I can. I've had dreams where I played chess. There was a dream where Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura set up a chess position puzzle on a 3D board. And like it was like a matter of like rooks moving over to the 7th and 8th rank, and it was like supposedly really hard to see, but I solved it in like a couple seconds, and like Magnus was like amazed, and Hikaru was trying to prove that it wasn't the answer. Like it was kind of funny. Like Hikaru was like, that can't be the answer. But Magnus was like impressed because I think Magnus probably found the solution. and like Nakamura was like, no, that can't be it. I'm dumbfounded that this noob found the answer before I did. Obviously both these players are extremely like top tier levels, so it's just dream logic, it's like it's based on dream logic. It's like it's not really based on reality. It's based on like your perception of different aspects of yourself because your connection with the rest of the world of the universe is based on your connection with yourself. Because if you, when you see somebody in life, you're not necessarily seeing them, you're seeing them as seen by you. Like when you think of your friend, you're like, oh, you know, I see my friend, and yeah, it's the best representation you have, because you literally can't have any other way to look at the universe. But I'm pretty sure, like, I never really talked about stuff like, well, I have, but like I never talked about it this way. It's like when you see somebody, you're not seeing their representation of themselves. You're seeing, you know, so like when you try to express yourself, you're expressing yourself in a way that like people have to interpret, and when they interpret it, they filter it through their own experience and their own lens, and so they're not really seeing you, they're seeing the you that they see. And I don't know, it's like, no, I missed it. I still got the deny. Bing bing. No, I'm like either too late or too early. I mean, obviously, there's only three options: either I do it at the right time, or I do it at the wrong time before, or the wrong time after. Like, literally the only three options, or not at all. So I guess that's four options. Other people's vision of you is, yeah, and also like their unique, you know, random number generator of their selection of genes and all that stuff, and also like, because I mean, obviously everybody on the planet, even people who are identical twins, and born at the exact same time, identical twins, have different perspective on the universe. So it's like, you know, identical twins aren't identical, they're only identical physically, like they're not identical, you know, mentally and emotionally and psychologically. You can tell, you know, even though people are identical, if you really pay attention, you can tell the difference, because their facial expressions are going to be different. You know, the way they express themselves, like through their clothes or through their, you know, their body language, it's going to be different because they're different people. And it's like, it's interesting, like what if you could live in somebody else's body and somebody has to figure out who you are? I'm pretty sure, like, if you really know somebody, if you pay enough attention, if you, like, obviously most people, I think the biggest issue is a lot of people don't really pay attention to these things. But if you take the time to pay attention, you'd be able to pick somebody out even if they were in an entirely different body. Consciousness is fucking weird, yeah. There was a book I was reading about consciousness where it was like, consciousness is not like a guaranteed thing, where it's like, it's a process, and if it doesn't have the process, then the conditions aren't right for consciousness to exist. So it's not like a static thing, it's a continual process. We're literally a process of our specific genetic makeup that creates our physical body, combined with something that we don't really understand at this time and may never understand, which is our sentience. Like we don't understand like where like there's parts of us that may come from different places that we don't know yet. Like we know that we have a physical body, but there's such a thing, you know, sometimes it's a little bit like woo-woo, but like but you know, like, because it's obviously not an exact science, you know, about consciousness. Check this out when you have a moment. Yeah, I'll check it out probably after the stream. Yeah, so I keep a chat log now. So even if I close the window, I'll still have the link. Because on my laptop I have Chatty, which is a program for Twitch chat, and it saves a log. But like it was talking about how like consciousness is a process, and obviously this is just a theory. It's a philosophy. Philosophy is all just like hypotheticals, and you know, there's no exact science. And like because we have like the specific mechanism of our brain plus our physical body that has like a very specific limitation, like we have a body that's a certain proportion to itself, that has like arm, like, you know, in a typical in a typical able body, like we have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 hands, 2 feet, 10 fingers each, 10 toes each, and we have a certain kind of like set of organs, and we have like, you know, a nervous system, and because of that we experience the outside stimuli that are outside of us. For all we know, it might be 100% internal. Like we could all just be 100% internal, one process, but the rest of the people in the universe are actually just different interpretations of this same inner experience. Which in effect is the same exact thing as external. Like I really think that like it doesn't matter whether it's in whether we're all the same person or we're all different people. I honestly don't think there's a difference, because in effect everything's different for a reason. Like the reason I am not you is because I am not you. Like we're living in a simulation. Yeah, like but the thing is like living in a simulation, there's no difference than if we weren't living in a simulation. Like just like the whether we have free will or it's the illusion of free will doesn't matter, because it's effectively the same. You're gonna die and then wake up and pull off a VR headset. Yeah, I mean exactly. Like whatever happens after we die, whether we don't have consciousness anymore ever, which means we don't exist, which is completely impossible for our brains to wrap around, because we only know existence. We don't know non-existence, and we literally can't understand non-existence. So it's like either we don't exist anymore or we continue to exist in a different way, because like I said, there might be a part of our consciousness that is not part of this physical body. You know, people call it a spirit or a soul or whatever. It might be scientific truth. Like there might be, and obviously it's never going to be something that we are able to figure out. Maybe we could actually measure the soul. Like we can say like, oh, there's an energy inside of us that we can now measure and understand and manipulate. Imagine being able to go to the store and buy something that you can equip to yourself that'll change your soul. like you can make yourself be able to astral project. Like if you buy this for $999, you can be able to astral project yourself across the astral plane. Yeah, and like I said, like whether or not we have free will or not, because we don't know whether or not it's free will, like if we don't have free will, then and this is how we are and it's all predetermined, we still experience it incrementally and it still has the illusion of being free will. But if it is free will, then it's free will, and that's the same. It's like mind-boggling, but like the reality is that we don't understand it, and it might not be as simple as we think it is. The only reason we think of things so difficult to understand is because our brains are limited. We can't think of anything beyond binary, really. We're kind of like computers. Maybe that's the nature of the universe is binary, but it's not really binary because there's a spectrum between the binaries. So you have two ends, and you have everything between them, which is infinite. So infinite is still infinite, but there still is a very definite beginning and an end. Like, it's so difficult to wrap your mind around this concept, but like the beginning of the universe and the end of the universe are impossible to imagine. And like the amount of time between the beginning of the universe, which was, you know, just there was a non-existing condition before it existed. Like it's just bizarre thinking about that. Like trying to think about like what the universe was before it existed. Like how did it exist? Like what was it? But like then thinking about like the first second of the Big Bang, like the first between before the Big Bang and the first second since the Big Bang is an infinite amount of time. There was literally an infinite amount of things that happened, but it's finite. Like it's literally like there was a finite amount of atoms, there was a finite amount of matter, like there was a finite amount of things that happened, but the length of time is infinitely smaller and smaller and smaller. Like you could say, oh, there's a smaller increment and there's a smaller increment and there's a smaller increment, but it did pass. But if you were looking at it from the perspective of something that was going half and then half and then half and then half, you would never actually reach the end destination. But to our perspective, it did pass. Isn't that freaking bizarre? How like, and you know, maybe that's our existence. The thing that we are unable to see is possibly there might be a form of life that can see past what we can never see past, if you think about it that way. Because in our perspective of time, in our understanding of in our relative perception of time, there is a beginning, a middle, and end, and we're perpetually in the middle. We will never reach the end, but there will be an end, but we won't experience it, because in the process of ending, we will decay indefinitely for all eternity. So we'll never actually experience that end, but whatever life that exists beyond that will have experienced, the end. But we won't. We'll never experience the end. We're fundamentally incapable of experiencing the end in this theoretical model of the universe. Obviously, the reality is fundamentally different than what models we have based on our limited experience and our limited perception of the universe. Hey, John. Seriously, we're like 5% different to other great apes. Yeah, exactly. There's so much more different. There's so much diversity of life in the universe, and there may be other universes. There most likely are other universes. I want to be aware forever just to see the end. But if you're aware forever, there will never be an end. In order to see the end, you have to be able to. You have to be able to like see. It's like this chicken and the egg problem. Like if there was an end, you would no longer be able to witness it. Because it ended. Like, but if you're witnessing it, you're still in this infinite process. because there's either a beginning, and then there's an infinite process that constantly, evaluates, and then there's another end, in which the beginning and the end are the same, because they're non-existent. You have a state of non-existent, which is the beginning, and then you have an infinite process that never ends and never begins, and then you have another non-existent process, which is just non-existence. So you have beginning, non-existence, end, non-existence, and then you have existence, which is eternal. If you're experiencing something, it means you're fundamentally not in non-existence. But if you're in non-existence, it means that you can't experience it because you're not existing. So in effect, it never exists. You will never experience non-existence. Because otherwise it's existence. It's so freaking bizarre. We can't imagine it. Like, we literally can't imagine it. We can think about it, we can conceptualize it, but we will never understand it. There will never be a time where we can imagine and know exactly what non-existence is like. Because in order for non-existence to happen, we have to also not exist. It's so freaking crazy. Time is like a circle rather than a straight line. Yeah, exactly. Even, there's so many concepts that we can't understand. If you put things into two big circles, there's things that are possible to understand, which is very large. We're not aware of everything that we can understand. So like I said, like whether we have free will or not is irrelevant, because we will never be able to know what we can't understand. But we can pursue it, because we don't know if it's not achievable. Because in order to prove something doesn't exist, like, you can never prove that something doesn't exist. You can prove that something exists, but you can't prove something that doesn't. You can't prove something that doesn't exist. You can't prove that something doesn't exist, because in order for you to have proof, because there will always be chances to collect more data. Like the whole concept of God, for example. You can't prove that God doesn't exist, but you can prove, theoretically, if God does exist, you can prove it. We're just not there yet. But if God doesn't exist, we'll never be able to disprove it. So you can never disprove God, which is kind of cool, because that means that we have faith for all eternity. Faith is different among different people. God is different between different people. We have one name for it. There's other names for it. Whatever it is, it's the same concept, just in different forms. And nothing we come up with is ever going to be real. It's always going to be some kind of made up theory. And so whatever, science itself is a faith. It's a faith that the universe is understandable, and that we can quantify data. That's faith. Because if we don't have that, then we have chaos, and chaos is something that that our brain fundamentally does not want. We want order. We try to look for patterns. That's why we see things that
15 seconds remaining.
we look for patterns in the universe. We say, because we need them to make sense, because that's how our brains work. Because we exist in patterns. If there's no patterns, it's just too crazy. We need order. Yeah, and science tries to prove things. It doesn't try to disprove things, because there's always a possibility for proof of something. And if you get more data, you reevaluate. That's the difference between scientists and fundamentalist religious people. There's a difference between religious people and people who are of faith. Because having faith is not reliant on dogmatic beliefs. And dogmatic beliefs are dangerous, because in science, dogmatic beliefs are dangerous. There's a reason for that, is because if you're unwilling to adjust your beliefs, then what do you have? You have to be able to say, oh, I have a new understanding of this. And if you look at any religion, true practice of religion is a constant reevaluation and a constant discussion. Like that's faith. That's what it is. And you know, I can't say that one person's faith is wrong. What I can say is that certain religions can be damaging to society, and I don't really think that those are faith. I think that's something else. And so you know, people will call it that. People will say that their religion is a faith, but you know, there's certain things, you know, like religion to me is a horrible invention of humans. I don't think it is, because in a way, a lot like being like the Twitch community is a religion. The fact that we're here talking to each other in a specific environment is a religion, whether you think about it or not. Like whether if your definition of religion is going to church, then that's one definition of religion. If it's just like society in general, a mechanism of society, then you could call that religion. Now there's a difference between like if you call it a practicing religion, like we don't like pray to the Twitch god, you know. We don't like have like a book that we like say, oh, you know, that to the eternal, you know, lol w, we offer you our soul and our blood, you know. Like manufactured conflict based on religion. Yeah, exactly. That's what the problem is, and that's a human problem. That's not a problem of faith. That's a problem of humans, and it has nothing to do with religion, with faith. It has everything to do with just people are shitty. And also, like, dogmatic belief is damaging, because if you have dogmatic belief and you're unwilling to adjust your beliefs, then you're going to end up hurting people who don't accept those beliefs. Because you're like, okay, well, I don't accept those beliefs. Why are you imposing those on me? Which is the big dilemma that's going on in the USA right now. Is because the USA, the top level of government is infiltrated by dogmatic religious people, which is wrong, because this country was like, they purposely did not put God into the Constitution. Ooh, 1300. My highest score was 2000. So it's like when one religion has dominated a government, there's a problem. Especially when, you know, it'd be one thing if, like, you know, because people should be able to have the beliefs that they have, but when they like actually like use those beliefs to influence policy that affects people who don't even believe the same beliefs, because there's people who aren't Christian in this country, believe it or not. There's people who don't believe in the Bible, who don't follow the Bible, who don't live by the Bible, and yet the Bible is deciding our lives. It sucks. It's so terrible. It's evil, really. It's evil. I mean, if you want to practice that religion, fine. If you want to be dogmatic and all that, you know, do that for yourself. Don't inflict that on other people, especially young people that you raise to live in your religion. Like, that's so fucked up. Like, they literally never had a choice. And obviously when you get older, you're able to reevaluate your beliefs. So, you know, but at what cost? You know, like, people who have like irreparable damage because of, you know, their parents forced them into hateful beliefs, you know, racist beliefs. You know, it's like I said, you know, that's not Christianity. That's something that somebody manufactured, like, you know, the Romans manufactured, because the ancient Romans wanted to control people with military and with dogmatic religion. But the Roman Empire fell for a reason. It just was not going to work. But for some reason, we still maintain those dogmatic religion beliefs that the Romans invented. You know, there's always been stuff like that. It goes beyond Christianity. It's been like this forever. You know, there's always going to be a power dominance. There's going to be a power imbalance. There's going to be somebody who has a belief, and they want other people to believe that, and if they don't believe it, they're gonna make it so it's in their best interest to believe it, or they will suffer consequences. That's terrible. It should not happen, but it does, because that's how humans are, and humans are shitty. I'm shitty. I'm not exempt from it. I'm a shitty person. I try not to be. Yeah, you know, I mean, the whole thing is like, I don't want to get into the stuff about the Catholic Church. Because it breaches on like terms of service that I don't want to talk about. You know, also, you know, it's a touchy topic talking about religion. Because people get the wrong idea, because they think that you're denouncing their religion. It's not about their religion. It's about the effect that they have on society. You can discuss such things in practice is a bit more difficult. Well, no, there's certain things that you can't talk about on Twitch, but everybody knows it. You know, like there's people like convicted of you know, there's people that, you know, who have known atrocities and commit these atrocities, and people know it exists, but they get pardoned. It's so ridiculous. There's like, I don't know, the freaking Catholic Church is so freaking two-faced. And obviously, you know, using a catch-all word like all priests or all, you know, like that's never going to be true, because there's going to be good people, but there's obviously going to be bad people. I think at this point, people are starting to realize, I hope. Like, people used to say, like, oh, you know, it's okay, there's people on both sides, it's okay for people to be Trump supporters, doesn't mean they're... It's like, at this point, I'm pretty sure that if you're a Trump supporter, you're a domestic terrorist. Like, at this point. It's pretty obvious at this point. Fundamentally un-American, fundamentally, like, treasonous to support Trump at this point. If not, you know, and we all knew it before, but they didn't. But I think eventually people will start to realize it, because repercussions will happen, and people will start to see the reality, which is, it's going to be painful, because they're going to lash out, and they're probably going to commit more atrocities. I hope not. I really don't. I hope for all of our sakes that January 6th was the worst. I really don't want to see anything worse than that happen. Yeah, well, I mean, you have to support somebody, because there needs to be some kind of... There needs, you know, because if there's chaos, it's going to be worse. Because if you let chaos reign, then just people are going to rule with, you know, iron fists. The strongest person physically and, you know, with the biggest military would win. Would rule out. And that's why we have a system of laws, is because you can't just say, oh, well, I have a bunch of tanks, I can just, you need to do what I say. That's punishable. Like, it's an atrocity. It's a crime to just say, like, oh, well, I'm gonna point a gun at your face, and if you don't do what I say, then, you know, like, strong-arming people is, like, it's against the law. And especially if the government does it. Yeah, democracy is flawed, but it's the best we have right now, because the alternative is letting the strongest people, that's what I'm saying, is like, it's letting the people who have the most control be in control. Like, the people who have the most, like, show of force. And obviously you could say democracy is like that, but it's some kind of checks and balances. It's still not perfect, as we still see today. We have corrupt people in office that are making those laws, and that's kind of what's unraveling right now. It's because we're seeing all this corruption. It's so blatantly obvious at this point that we have literal domestic terrorists storming the Capitol. And this isn't like an accident. This has been happening for a very long time, since the founding of this country. How did other nations get to a place where the majority of their population were in place of agreement? I mean, it's actions like what happened at the Capitol. People start to wake up and realize, oh, you know, this is the effect of letting corruption, you know, go unchecked. People taking huge tax cuts so that they can be billionaires. You know, and you know, it's like it's not right.
Thanks for the gold.
Like if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, you should not be allowed to like take money away from the rest of the people. When it's like, if you're making like $10,000 a year, you're proportionately paying more. You're paying more for taxes because it affects your life more from paying those taxes. Because if you're making $1 billion and you pay, like, even if you paid $1 million in taxes, if you even paid $900 million in taxes, you would still have $100 million that you could, like, you could do a lot with you could do a lot with $1 million. So even if you were a billionaire, if you made $1 billion a year, let's just say that, and you paid $999 million in taxes every year, you still have $1 million fucking dollars. Okay, but if you make $10,000 a year and you pay $1,000 in taxes, you only have $9,000, which is barely, you know, $10,000 isn't even enough to survive in most places. But it's like, it's so ridiculous that like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Isn't this how the freaking, like, the monarchies worked? How come we're still living in basically medieval times? We're like in the internet age. We can send people to outer space. We can synthesize food. Like, we can create food in a lab with the right amino acid chains to create full bodies of protein. Like, we have the capability of going so far beyond survival. Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem, is that, and you know, there's also corruption at the local level, but that's the problem, is that you shouldn't be able to just buy people out in, you know, in politics. You should be able to, you should have to follow the rule of law. Why Bernie gets snubbed? Yeah, exactly, because he's, sadly, you know, in politics, ideas don't matter. Money matters. But that should change. The only thing that should matter is ideas that work. It should be a marketplace of ideas, not of who has the biggest bank account and who can do the most favors. It's so ridiculous. Like, why are we still in the Roman Empire? If you read your history books, the Roman Empire fell. And so we're trying to continue the Roman Empire. Like, it's flawed. Corruption is flawed. It doesn't work. But for some reason, we live in a country where people think that their beliefs are more important than reality. It's like, oh, you know, if you get rid of, if you silence people on Twitter, it's gonna open a floodgate of silencing people with free speech. And I'm like, well, okay, well, we've seen what happens when we allow Trump on Twitter, an influential person with millions upon millions upon millions of people who follow him dogmatically and would follow him to the grave. And we've seen the effects of that. But we literally have not seen any negative effects from silencing those people. We literally have not seen people who do not deserve it silenced. because people, I do believe people are fundamentally good. People fundamentally want to do good if given the opportunity. Because the people who do bad things are doing that out of a place of survival, because that, and obviously survival is defined differently depending on person situation. Like for some people, survival is having so much power in government that you can literally affect the entire economy, and you can literally affect the, like, so for some people that's survival because that's all they know. They're like born into wealth, and they're like, oh well, my place in society is to be influential and to control the flow of the world, and if they're not doing that better than their peers, then they're not surviving in their mind and in their heart, because that's what they know, that they're born into it. They don't know anything else, just like I don't really know anything else. I just know what it's like to be in poverty, and comparatively to other places in the world that have poverty, my poverty is still first world poverty, but it's poverty, but it could be worse. I mean, I'm literally sitting here playing a video game. Like, there's countries in the world where you don't even have food and water or shelter, like if you're in poverty. So, you know, it could be worse. I'm very fortunate to be in the situation I'm in right now. I have the resources to medically transition and live my best life. If I was in a place where I couldn't even, you know, you see, the thing is, like, people talk about survival, and it's like, survival is like the bare minimum of existence. You should not be striving just to survive. Like, there's more to life. To achieve your full potential, to be who you've always meant to be, to, you know, to, that's what life should be. And, you know, even in this country, it's not perfect, but there's countries where people don't even have the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. I mean, the Mother Nature recipes. You've made me think critically about a lot of things. Well, I'm not trying to hurt you. Like, I don't want to like melt your brain. I'm not trying to force you to think about these things. I'm just like, I mean, if that's, you know, if you enjoy this kind of, you know, it tickles your brain. You know, that's like, you know, we're fundamentally curious creatures. We want to know more about the universe. We want to understand more than what we understand. I fundamentally think that we want to be good people too. It's just some people's definition of good is different. And I think the key is that we don't really have a Rosetta Stone of beliefs. Like, we have a Rosetta Stone of language, but language means different things to different people depending on their beliefs. So if you say something like, if you say, I support Trump, disclaimer, I do not support Trump. So if you say that, it means something different to a Trump supporter than it does to, you know, a moderate leaning to the left like me. Like, most of us are moderate. I don't think anybody's too, like, far left or far right. And in some places I do have conservative beliefs. Like, and when I say conservative, I mean like literal. Like, not like what people call conservative, which is in effect what conservative is, which are fundamentalist, you know, traditional beliefs based on hate and exclusion. America's issues aren't, some people lose their curiosity, maybe. I think it's just most people don't want to deal with the challenge of becoming a better person. I don't blame them. Aren't right versus left, it's rural versus urban. Yeah, exactly. All the big talking points make sense in the context of big cities, zero sense in the context of small towns. Yeah, I mean, like that. But the thing is, it's like, obviously, you know, there needs to be rural areas because there's certain things that can't happen in an urban area. That is changing, though. Science is making that happen. Like, we should be able to produce food in a very small space. because theoretically, like, I mean, the goal is being able to spread the humanity across the universe. And the goal is, you know, going beyond our biology is what humans do. We go beyond our environment. We go beyond our biology. We use our hands. We have opposable thumbs for a reason. It's because we adapt to the environment around us. And so part of that is what we do, what we achieve with science and being able to synthesize things. And, you know, for example, me transitioning, that is an achievement of science that is not, I mean, it does exist in nature. Some species literally change their biological sex to produce eggs or to produce, you know, fertilizer. So some species literally do that, but we're humans. We don't have the biology that does that. We have a biology that creates curious creatures that can utilize the environment around us. So us being able to synthesize hormones and to change our gender is literally the most human thing that we could possibly do. Because, you know, and you know, like being able to exist in outer space. You know, and to spread our, you know, because that's what animals do. That's what creatures in the animal kingdom do, is they spread their biology as far as possible, as wide as possible, as much as possible. And there will be a time where we literally don't have to procreate in the traditional way. Obviously, it's never gonna go away. Like, people are still gonna procreate the traditional way, and you know, there's a reason. Sometimes utility is not the only reason to do something. You know, this is why we have religion. This is why we have faith. Is because sometimes utility is, you know, is not enough. Like we need purpose, and we need like something that has meaning. And so having procreation the traditional way should not be like abolished. But like we should be able to procreate without having to have, you know, without having to have like sperm and an egg. Like we should be able to go beyond our biology. That's what we do. Everything that we can possibly do is available to us in the universe. There is nothing unnatural about what we can do. There's things that are morally unethical, but we can fix that. We can find different ways to do it that are. Because we have every single resource in the universe available to us. And we can find the answer. We just don't have it yet. Who dictates what constitutes educated? Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's all relative. Right now, the right votes against their own self-interest and doesn't even realize it. Yeah, I mean, I think educated can just be like, when you have enough knowledge to understand the universe around you and its effect on you in a positive way, and by positive I mean survival. And when your beliefs and your actions actively take away from our species' survival, that should be seen as wrong, because our number one goal should be survival. War, for example, goes against biology. You know, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's a double-edged sword. We have the ability to create and use things around us, but we also have the capability of going against our biology to survive. Is because we don't think about our species as a whole. We think about our individual family units, which can be one or many. But if we start realizing that, like, okay, like, we're humans, we do have a biology, there are things that drive us, but like, as far as like survival of our entire species go, that's something we have to work for some reason. I don't know why. It's a curious mystery of biology, is that humans do not preserve the species, which is the fundamental reality of every single living organism in the universe that's not human, of the known of our every known form of life that we are aware of besides humans has a goal of survival of the species. But our species actively kills each other. Like, we actively prevent our species from surviving. One singular train of thought doesn't incentivize progression in thought. Yeah, it's like, but we have constant data because things are always changing and things are always happening. And so even if you have one train of thought, the external factors will eventually get you to a different point. But it's our job to try to humble ourselves and to try to understand the universe in a way that might not be understandable at the moment. If you don't learn and comprehend history, you're doomed to repeat it. Exactly. You need to get more money into the South and get them better school. Yeah, exactly. Because there's people in the South who just... It's just so freaking bizarre. Ignorance breeds hate. And we know this because we've observed it many times throughout history. But, there is a point where education needs to be ethical. We need to not, we need to be able to look at what we're doing and say, okay, well, is what we're doing right or is what we're doing wrong? And sometimes it's not so easy. But at some point, it's pretty obvious what's bad. So if you're doing something that you see to be good, and you have evidence to suggest that it's good, most likely it's good. But if you're doing something that's bad, that's known to be bad, that has very real repercussions that are bad, then that's known to be bad. You can't say that Nazis are good. It's just fundamentally wrong. Because it's based on exclusion and I don't know, it's based on fundamentally wrong things. I do believe in humanity, humanity's capacity to love and to change. And at the very least, change starts with compassion. Because even if you can't change something, at least you can say, hey, I'm not going to make it worse for these people. I'm not going to make life worse for somebody. I'm going to try to be compassionate and understanding and respectful. Which, is true for the LGBT community, especially the trans community. You don't have to understand what it means to be trans to have basic human respect, to say hey, this person has a very unique experience that's different from yours. You can start from a place of acceptance and compassion. And that's how you start to understand, because if you don't have that, it's going to be harder for you to understand. But if you're starting from a place of love and compassion and respect, then you're going to eventually understand. Get my point? Or are you skeptical if that's a true story? Who are the good guys? I don't know who the good guys are, but I do know who the bad guys are, and that's a good start. Because you can say people who actively incite violence and end lives, end human lives, who are living very much alive, as opposed to what these, there's a large amount of people who are anti-choice and who try to force people to have children when they don't want them. Unborn fetuses that have not experienced life at all, in the way that, it's already been determined that, there's a point where it's unethical. But there's also a point where it's if giving birth will kill you, that's a life for a life. And it should not be up to somebody else to determine that for the individual. If you should be able to choose to have that baby or not. If you're gonna risk ending your life and you're willing to make that choice, that's your personal choice. I don't think these people understand that if you have a religious belief and you have sanctity of life beliefs, then when that time comes for you individually, you have the right to make that choice. That's what choice is about. It's what freedom is about. That's what democracy is about. But these people keep acting like that's not democracy. Like that's not freedom. But if somebody feels their own body is being compromised and their own life is being compromised and they have the luxury of making that choice, you know, like obviously if you wait too long, there's an unethical dilemma. Like, I mean, there's an ethical dilemma. Like if you wait too long, well now it's like, I mean, you have plenty of time to change your mind. Like, but you know, some people make mistakes. You know, it's funny. People talk about trans people making quote unquote permanent damage. You know, it better be permanent change. Like, like people say like, oh, if you go on hormones and get surgeries, it's permanent. And it's like, that's the point. That's the whole point. But like, they talk about that and they say that it's wrong to make personal changes to your own body. That's my body. They think that's wrong. But they feel like it's their decision whether or not somebody has to have a baby. It's not even their body. Like, which is that causes permanent physical changes to the mother. It causes like all sorts of societal repercussions for her. It like people are gonna shame her, which is wrong. That should change too. You should not slut shame people. Like if somebody's pregnant, don't shame her for getting pregnant. Like, what the fuck? How America wrote that we rehomed that. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff that happened. Like, this country is founded on blood, but we have the power to change. We have the power to say like, hey, like we fucked up. Let's acknowledge it and move forward. And the same goes for our individual life. Like we make mistakes in our life. Like, but we can say like, okay, well we can keep making mistakes or we can like change our behavior. You need only look back through history to find the answer. Yeah, I mean, like right now we think we know the answer, but like we get more data and we can make better informed decisions. We can look through history and say, okay, well, what did it look like? What are the similarities and what are the differences? Because sometimes the differences are key. Because something that may have been bad a long time ago might be the right thing now because we have new data. But in a different, it'll be in a different context. Like, you know, it was considered legal and perfectly fine to own slaves at the time of the founding of this country, and for a while afterward. But we realized, you know, people knew it was wrong, but as far as like, you know, people just accepted it because they're like, oh well, we can't change it, and you know, people wouldn't think critically about it en masse. Like people were just like, oh, well, that's just what that's just what people who have money do. They buy people with money because they have money. You know, you can't really blame everybody, but everybody's at fault. But I don't think it's fair to blame them because they were only working with what they had. But we were able to make the change, and we can continue to make changes. Like I have faith because we have to. And we've seen examples of it changing. We literally changed our country. We no longer have slavery. Like we literally changed our country. And so that can keep happening. We can keep making changes like that. So it's like some things truly are wrong. Like you can't just say, oh, well, you know, maybe slavery's good. No, it's not. You're literally taking away somebody's freedom. Education is freedom. Yeah, yeah, there's lots of good things happening, but there's going to be a lot of bumps on the road. You know, it's never been easy. Change has never been easy. Sometimes it is. Sometimes change is easy. Maybe this is going to be our one break. Maybe things are going to be easy. Maybe it's as easy as just getting the right people in office. And then they have the responsibility to make it so that it'll always be that way. So that we'll never have these problems again. And obviously never is a long time. But at least for the foreseeable future, you know, there should be some positive, you know, if something's broken, you fix it. And our country is obviously broken. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had Trump. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had people committing treason and not even realizing it. Like, they were literally, like, going on social media, and they still are. There's people going on social media and like, streaming themselves, committing felonies, thinking that that's perfectly okay. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, there's something broken if that happens. And, you know, I want to feel sorry for these people, but, like, they had many chances to see what they're doing. But, I don't know. Some people just aren't capable of knowing. And, you know, it's not, you know, obviously, you know, it sucks that some people just don't have the intelligence. I know it sucks for, you know, to say it that way, but some people just literally don't have the intelligence. And I think that intelligence is not just some innate ability. I really do think that, like, we train intelligence. Like we can learn. But, you know, sometimes, you know, there are physical limitations. Like, there's certain things about my brain that I just can't change because it's, you know, autism spectrum. And, you know, there's people, you know, and I'm pretty high functioning, and there's people who aren't high functioning at all. But they're only disabled because society says they're disabled. If society allowed people who were differently abled to contribute to society, they would no longer be disabled, because it's just like, oh, well, they're just differently abled. But society only rewards people who fit a very specific standard, and if you don't meet that standard, you're screwed. But that's starting to change, because we have the capability of creating a world where limitations aren't limiting, where you could literally, like, achieve something despite your limitations. You just change how you do it. You know, like, I have to experience life differently than most people, because my brain works a different way, and I am unable to do things in the way that society wants me to do it. And so my job is to try to find some way of working around that. And luckily, society itself is changing too. So it's not, I mean, a lot of it is my personal responsibility, which is why I'm going to therapy. I'm not on my own. I'm not alone. You know, there's resources, there's tools. You can be part of the solution, or you can be the person who stands there pointing all the problems while everyone else is putting in effort. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to be a part of the solution the best way I know how, and the best way I'm capable of. And that can change as time goes on. There'll be a time, hopefully, where I'll have more influence in how the world works. That's, like, kind of my goal. Is I want the world to be a better place, not just for myself, but for those who come after me. Gaddafi wanted to establish a new currency too. America had him killed. Never saw one of the only socialist models that was actually worked. I don't know. Hitler wanted to do away with... Yeah, like, just because somebody has good intentions doesn't... You know, some of the worst things in history were done with the best of intentions. I mean, there's a lot of information I don't know. Like, I don't know everything. I don't know all of human history. And also, I only know it from the perspective of my life. I don't know it from every single person's perspective throughout history. Like nobody can know everything. We only know our limited capacity. But together we can form a more perfect union. Isn't that the whole purpose of democracy, is we form a more perfect union? It's never going to be perfect, but we can at least strive to be a more perfect union. That's something we can do. We don't have to just accept it. We can try to fix it. We can try to make things better. Because, you know, it's like, we're not winning if only like 1% of the population is winning. Like, we have a long way to go. The majority the majority of people aren't doing okay. Like, there's a very large amount of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, who don't have access to basic education or healthcare. You know, like, there's all sorts of problems. And if you have money, those problems go away. But if you don't have money, those problems are there, and they're extremely debilitating, and you don't even have the tools to get yourself out of there. Because like someone like me, who's lived there my entire life poor, and who was in whom the education system failed because was not set up for somebody with my kind of capabilities. Because I am not academically disadvantaged, but I am socially disadvantaged from my specific form of autism. Just makes me unable to fit into societal norms, unable to sustain you know, continual existence in society in the way that they want me to. And it's not a matter of being lazy, it's not a matter of trying harder, because I've been literally trying my hardest my whole entire life, and it has not worked, ever. I've been spending my whole entire life trying to conform to what society wants me to be, and I have been unable to do it. And so that makes me permanently disabled, and that could change. It should change. I should not be disabled. I should be able to fit into society. I should be able to contribute to human evolution and to human advancement. I should not be limited just based on my inability to conform into a, like, block. You know, there should be no gatekeeping. You know, just because I'm not always able to do things in the same way, and just because I'm not able to always be consistent, should not be a limiting factor. I should be able to contribute in the way that I can, and that should be accepted. Yeah, we have to have faith in some kind of system, and whether that's, you know, we know that the system is imperfect. If we think the system is perfect, then we lost. Because once we stop working on improving the system, you know, the whole more perfect union thing, once we stop, then we've lost. Because it's like, well, then we're just going to allow it to stagnate, and there's still problems. We can never accept it as perfect. There will never be a time we can say, oh, well, it's fine now, let's not do anything about it. It maintains, we need to maintain constant vigilance to ensure that democracy does not lose. And, you know, right now, democracy is the best shot we got. Because we don't, I mean, we have no other system that has been as beneficial to as many people as possible. It's still not perfect. But compared to other systems that have worked, that have been tried, they just were like fundamentally just not happening. Like, communism just didn't work because it didn't factor in the fact that humans are pieces of shit. You know, communism works if people are altruistic. Communism works if people don't try to seize power for themselves. So we have to use a capitalist system. And, you know, communism can still be democratic. Like, but I think the difference is capitalism is based on being able to utilize resources. But the problem is is that capitalism has fallen prey to people hoarding resources, which is the same kind of problem that communism had. It's the same exact problem, just a different name. Is that some people wanted the resources for themselves. They don't want to share. And they think that they're entitled to it. They're like, oh, well, I earned it. Why don't you earn it? Well, the problem is they literally can't earn it because you took away all. It's like you broke their legs, broke their arms, ripped out their eyes, you know, made them deaf, and you told them, well, why aren't you working harder? Because I worked hard, and I earned it. But like, somebody else succeeding does not take away your success. This isn't a zero-sum game. We're all in it together. Like, if you hoard it for yourself, you're only hurting the entire species in the long run. Humans are instinctively afraid of things that are different. It's how we stay safe from snakes and diseases from our social groups. Yeah, but we can overcome that. We can create an environment where we understand things better and we can safeguard ourselves. And we can say, you know what, just because it looks scary doesn't mean it is. It's like a kid who's like, it's like a kid who thinks there's monsters under the bed. Like, to the child, that's scary as fuck. Because you think there's monsters under the bed. If you think that's a legitimate fear. If you believe there's monsters under the bed who are going to eat you, you're going to be scared. But once you understand that those monsters aren't real and that they can't hurt you because they're not real, you're imagining them, they don't exist. And you know, like, you could say that the monsters under the bed are just your own fears, and as you get older, those monsters under the bed just change shape. But the literal monsters under your bed don't exist. So you figure that out, and then once you understand that, you're no longer scared, or you're not as scared, and then it gradually becomes less and less scary. But then you have a new monster under the bed as you get older. You have new monsters under the bed, and some of them are very real. So sometimes it's real monsters, like Nazis. Those are real monsters. Those are people who want to end democracy. Those are people who want to hurt you just for being who you are. Those are real monsters. And so it evolves as you realize things. And, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't realize. And as we go older, as we grow experience, not necessarily as we get older, as we gain experience in life and we see other things and we're able to process things and see things, we can start seeing things for like what they are, and we can see things that we never knew existed. There's so many things in the universe. It's exciting. People that storm the Capitol, they're real monsters. And the sad part is that they don't know that they're monsters. That's worse. Because it's one thing if somebody knows they're bad. Then it's like, okay, well, that's one thing. I can lump them into a category. They know they're bad, okay. But if somebody literally thinks that what they're doing is for the better of mankind, humankind, then it's like, it's like you can't be angry at them. Like, you can be angry at them, but like you can't like you want to help them. You can't. Because they're so far diluted and they're so far gone, it's going to take a miracle for them to figure it out. I don't know, I'm just rambling on. I'm like barely paying attention to the game. Isn't that the goal? I have literally achieved my goal. Congratulations, Rebecca, you've achieved the goal of doing something without thinking. But now I haven't, because now I'm thinking about it. I'm still averaging like 900 to 1,000, which is still not good. Yeah, and you know, education is not what people think it is sometimes, because people are like, oh, well, education is just dogmatism. It's like, no, it's not. Education is literally just giving somebody more tools. And you know, how they use the tools is up to them. You always have personal freedom, and there are people who take away your personal freedoms, and that's wrong, but like, in the end, you are in control of your own thoughts. But sometimes you're not, though. It's kind of weird. Like, somebody can, like, manipulate your thoughts by manipulating your environment. Because we're a product of our environment. And so if somebody manipulates your environment so all you know is poverty, all you know is being poor, you don't know what it's like to have resources available to you, your thought process is completely different than somebody who has virtually unlimited resources and the capability to do whatever their heart desires. Like somebody who can just jump on a plane and go somewhere. Like, I can't do that. And I'm not talking about like COVID times. This is an unprecedented situation that our entire planet is in. But like, if you have money, you can do things that you can't do if you don't have money. Like, there's just so many things I can't do. And yeah, I should be grateful for what I have. But is that, you know, surviving is not living. I deserve to have, like, some things that I've never had before. Like, being able to just go somewhere and enjoy life. Travel. Meet new people. Experience different things. Like, have different food and, you know, do things that I can't do because I don't have money. So it's like, having money doesn't buy happiness, but like, not having money creates misery. Because there's problems that can definitely be solved with money. I'm getting higher blood sugar. I need to take insulin again. I took insulin 3 hours ago, so yeah, I need to take insulin again. Yeah, and like, it's freedom, but you know, it's like, it shouldn't be limited to a certain subset of people. And that's the problem with capitalism as it is now. Capitalism does not have to be this way. We should be able to utilize the resources in a way where it's not a zero-sum game. Where somebody succeeding does not limit the success of somebody else. Where we can all succeed. I mean, and you can like work your ass off your entire life and never escape poverty in the way things are right now. You could spend your entire life going to a job and never getting past where you are now. And that's extremely tragic. Extremely tragic. And some people are okay with that. But some of us aren't. I need something more. I can't be, I'm not content with living in a trailer for the rest of my life. Like, having my needs met is not having my needs met. You know what I mean? Like, having access to just food and shelter, obviously that is required. But food and shelter is not the end goal for me. You know, I want more. I know it's like, maybe I'm just spoiled, but I want more for my life because I don't know what it's like to live without bounds. I don't know what it's like to be able to just go out and eat a $20 meal every day. You know, it's like, some people can do that. And the problem is if you want to get ahead in life, You have to spend time with people that do that. And if you don't have the money, you literally can't, and people will think that you're cheap, and they'll judge you for it. And that's fucked up. They'll see like, oh, well, you know, everybody has to pitch in money for the tip. It's like, well, I can't afford the tip. It's already expensive buying a meal. Not only that, I have to pay for the meal that's already like $18 or whatever, but I also have to pay an additional like $10 or whatever. Like, I could literally buy another meal with the tip. It's so fucked up that if you have resources, if you have money, it's not a big deal. But if you don't have it, it's a huge deal. So fucked up. But I'm gonna try to build something for myself. I want something bigger than I could have ever achieved without, you know, like doing what the normal path for my family has been. The normal path for my family is you get a regular 9-to-5 job and you work that job for the entirety of your life until you die. I can't do that. I physically and mentally cannot do that. It is impossible for me to do. So I need to find something bigger. And I know Twitch is a very, you know, like, impossible thing to do. But I can imagine that at least it's possible that something could happen. I could basically win the lottery. And if I don't know, it's my only shot right now. And that can change as time goes on. Things will evolve. As my life becomes more stable, I can pursue more things. But right now, streaming's all I have. And many people don't understand that. Many people don't know my full story. And many people don't know my full situation. I need to hit the home run. I might miss a whole bunch of throws, but all I need is that one home run. And if I can hit that home run, I will never need to hit that home run ever again. Because that home run will keep happening. And I have to believe that it can happen. It only has to happen once. It only has to happen once. And how I proceed from that point is something to, you know, I don't want to waste my time thinking about what to do from that point. But all I need to do is hit that home run. And yeah, it's not going to solve all my problems. There's still a whole bunch of problems that money cannot solve. There's a whole bunch of fucking problems that money can solve right now. And I feel like I've suffered enough. I need a home run. And I don't know how I'm gonna hit it, but I am. I have to. I literally have to. My entire survival depends on me hitting some kind of home run. And I don't know what it looks like because I've never seen it and I've never done it. But once I do it, that'll be it. Like, I'll know what it is and I can try to hit it again and again and again and again, and I can find new home runs. Or I can find ways to not even try to hit a home run. Whatever. Like, there's all sorts of things I can do once I hit that home run. Because I haven't seen it yet. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Out there is a home run that only Rebecca Lauren can make. I need to go to the bathroom. You know, just like in the game, you know, I keep hitting bronze. I have hit silver once, so I know it's possible with my current skill set. I know it's possible. I can hit silver again. And then after I hit silver enough times, then my goal will be gold. And then platinum, and then diamond, whatever the... I forgot what it looked like. It's been so long ago. I've been streaming for so long today, and like, we're gonna keep going, okay? We're gonna go all day. This is today. It's literally what you're watching right now is not going to stop. This is going on until I can't. Until I physically can't. We're gonna be practicing this. This, literally this. And you know, this is only session 1. I keep missing. Finally, I get 50 points. Jeez. Where's blood? No! Killed him too fast. You know, I'm better at denies than I am about less hits. You know, in a lot of ways, that concrete goals and rewards from this game is probably the most beneficial to my long-term mental health. I know it sounds weird, but hear me out. Because what my mind does is I attach my real life emotions and feelings and beliefs to external factors, and I translate them. So it's like when I see the goal of getting points, like I got 600 points and I see that I'm in bronze, I can say, okay, well, this is just like my real life. I'm stuck in bronze. I need to get to silver. I'm not worried about gold or diamond or anything. I'm not worried about that right now. My goal is to get to silver and stay in silver and never go to bronze again. And obviously it's always possible to go back, but to be able to have that consistency, so more often than not, I'll be in silver. That's my goal. And that's my goal in my real life too. I need to actually hit silver. I'm stuck in bronze. I'm in the bottom of the bottom in my life right now. Economically, like financially. I have zero income. The only reason I'm able to live right now is because I have a dad who's taking care of me, and I have a friend who's giving me money each month, and we're applying for SSI so that I can at least have like government assistance. And I have to get on housing program just to get housing, which I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know how much longer I have to live in my dad's trailer, living in misery. I do not know how long this is going to be. And I'm already almost 33 years old in 5 days. I don't want this to be my life anymore. But there's only so fast that things can go. So I'm literally stuck grinding at a halt, like grinding to a halt, like so slowly that I have no idea how long it's gonna be before I get out of the situation that is the hell of my life. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to. There's no alternative. I literally can't, no matter how hard I fight, get out of the situation. Like, no matter how hard I try, I literally do not have the resources available to get myself out of my dad's. And I'm trying so hard to try to make something happen. And it's obviously, you know, not that easy with the resources I have. Yeah, I mean, it's not your fault. That's literally my only option. Is this, I have to wait and just stay alive. I know it's like staying alive seems so easy, but it's really hard. Like, I have to fight every single day to get through it. Just, you know, hold on. That things can be better, you know? That it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be, I don't have to live like this.
15 seconds remaining.
But right now, it's the only way I can, it's the only thing I can do. And as sad as pathetic as it sounds, you know, running a Twitch stream is my best shot right now. As terrible as that sounds. It literally is as bad as it sounds. That streaming video games like chess and Dota is my best chance at survival right now. Besides, like, what, you know, the stuff that I'm already doing. Which is basically just trying to get the bare minimum of survival from government assistance, which takes a very long ass time. So I literally can't make it go faster. So there's literally nothing I can do but wait. What if it doesn't sound bad? Well, I mean, it could be worse. I could have literally no shot. I could not even have Twitch. So yeah, it could be worse. But I do know for a fact, even though it's astronomically impossible, I mean, astronomically unlikely for me to find financial success on Twitch, it literally has happened. I know I'm saying literally a lot. Sorry, it's... Not could be worse. It could be better. But, you know, I know that there's at least a chance. Because it would be one thing if I knew it was impossible. If I knew that no matter how hard I tried, I would never make any kind of financial success as a streamer. And yeah, like, most likely I won't. I mean, I'm gonna try. I want it to happen. Because streaming, so far, it's been the thing that I've been able to come back to most consistently. Because it doesn't mean one thing. Because streaming can literally be, I can say literally again. Streaming can be many things. I mean, I already said that. This is awesome. I'm playing a game I enjoy and having and trying to have fun entertaining people. Yeah, exactly, but there's this very big lingering reality that I need to be able to survive and I need to be able to earn a living, and that's not happening. But just because it's not happening now doesn't mean it can't happen in the future. And I don't know what it's gonna look like. Like, it might not look like what I think it is. And it might not look like what I'm trying for. Like, it might be something else. Like I said, all I need is that home run. I just don't know what the home run looks like. It could look like many different things. I have many different skills. Like, I'm not just a video gamer. I'm not like me playing Dota is not my only skill. Like, I have multiple skills. And any one of those things could be my home run. Multiple forms of those things could be my home run. I'm totally okay with that. Most content creators don't realize that they're in the sales business. Yeah. The thing is my worst... Being able to sell myself is like my worst quality. Like, I do not know how to do sales. Because I literally... I mean, I keep saying literally. Because I just... What you see is what you get with me. And sometimes people don't like that. Sometimes people are afraid of that. Sometimes it's ugly. But with me, what you see is what you get. Like, I don't... It's hard... It's probably even impossible for me to make myself seem better than I really am. Because at the end of the day, I can't live a lie. And that's not very good for business. Because in business, you need to work yourself up so that people can see you and want to have interest in you. Well, I've definitely pissed a few people off. I mean, I'm trans. Some people hate me just for existing. But in addition to that, I have a certain mentality and a certain kind of personality that just doesn't rub with certain people the right way. Like, some people are fine with it. You seem to be fine with it. I hope I don't lose that. I hope I don't lose you, because eventually, you know, it's like I have this pattern in my life, and it's been so drilled into my mind that I'm unlikable, even though I know it's not true. But like, people have claimed to love me, and then as time goes on, they like they like learn how to hate me because they didn't realize who I really was. And I constantly try to change who I am because I'm tired of that. But the problem is that because of that, I've ended up not trusting myself and not appreciating the things that make me a good person, and hate myself, and that's not good either. So it's like I went so far into trying to please people, which still doesn't work because, you know, I can't please people. But not only that, is I can't even love myself. Because I don't feel like I deserve it. Yeah, I mean, that's easier said than done. I've been working with my therapist for a year on just that. Stop worrying about the possible bad outcomes. Like the literal, I said literal again. The last session I had with my therapist was talking about exactly like that. And it's been the past, like, I don't even know how many sessions at this point. It's been a year and 3 months I've been going to therapy. And that's the entirety of what we're working on, is to try to force myself to stop looking at possible bad outcomes. Yeah, well, I mean, it's one thing to say it, but to actually implement it is different. Like, you can understand something, it doesn't mean you can do it yet. But the key word is yet. Because it's possible. I mean, at least I have to believe it's possible, because the alternative is despair. And, you know, just despair. Like, you can't have despair. You have to have hope. You have to have hope that it could be better. You know, just with my financial situation, just with my life in general. That it doesn't have to be this way. I can change it. And I don't have to do it alone. In fact, I can't do it alone. I need some kind of help from somebody other than myself. And obviously that can look many different ways. It's not a bad thing.
15 seconds remaining.
You know, I keep planting those seeds. You know, because my streaming career is not just a streaming career. Like it's more than that. Like it's an entire empire that I'm creating that is focused on Rebecca. Like it's not just streaming. It's not just my music. It's not just my chess. It's not just my writing. It's not just my, you know, like whatever. Like it's a center of who I am, and something in like a foundation and a base that I can build other things on and expand current things on. So I've been planting the seeds, and I'm going to continue planting seeds. Like, you know, I'm not just streaming, you know, I'm doing other things which are not perfect, but I'm doing the best I can with what I have. You know, I'm trying to grow on Twitter. I try to be involved with people, with other streamers, and talk to other streamers. You know, join Discords. You know, I try to be involved with more than just streaming. And you know, obviously, yeah, that's really slow, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. But it has to happen because I have to plant those seeds. But, you know, maybe I need to give myself more credit, because the only reason why things seem so bad is because I haven't seen those seeds grow yet. But it's possible that I've actually spread so many seeds that as soon as they grow, it's gonna be like beyond my wildest dreams. Like beyond anything anybody could have seen. Including myself, especially myself. And I have to keep fighting for that. I have to keep spreading those seeds. And nurturing them. Because once you have the seeds, you can start helping them grow. But you have to create the conditions that the seeds can grow in. It's like you can't water seeds in the winter that don't grow in the winter. Like, you need to set the conditions, and I'm trying to set the conditions, and I'm planting the seeds. But at no time can I ever give up hope. Like, at no time can I ever say, oh, well, it's meaningless. Life is meaningless. Like, because that's what leads me down into a spiral of despair that there is almost no way out of. I've gone very deep into that spiral many times, and I do not want the end of that, because I know what lies at the end of that. It's a guarantee. And I do not want that. And so the only way I can go is up. A spiral of positivity, a spiral of hope, a spiral of growth, spiral of love. And I guess I got a follow I missed. XQC Dog Food. Thanks for the follow. just another day. It probably smell funny. But I have showered. But like I smell funny. Cause I'm wearing the same pajamas that I've been wearing for like weeks without washing. They're not that dirty, are they? I don't think weeks. Yeah, like a week. But there's like a comfort to it. Like knowing that I've been wearing the same thing. Gotta take breaks. Can't just keep going without, you know, indefinitely. I gotta take breaks. Okay, let's get back to business. Oh. No, got not a single point there. No. Finally, first blood, jeez. This is not a good round so far. This has been a really bad round. Jeez. I can do better. I've done like 2,000 before, so I know it's possible. Okay, first blood on my own team. Kind of depressing. Ah.
Every coin helps.
Huh? Yeah, the timing is like I keep getting it like almost but no close but no cigar. Well, that one was lucky. Nice. 1400 is better than last time. Okay. Go. We gotta hit 2000 again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Watch it. I'm gonna get 2000 this round. I'm gonna get 2000 this round. Ah. Nice. Nope. Missed it. No.
Easy breezy.
Nice. Storm the Capitol. I can't say that anymore. They ruined it. They ruined it for us. We can't say storm the Capitol anymore. Those assholes. Okay, focus. We gotta get 2000. No. Nice. 9 more. Well, maybe less if I can get denies. Also.
Seconds remaining.
Come on. Oh, I can't possibly get enough because these are the last ones. Well, I got 1,500. Okay. Come on. 2,000 this round. Let's go. I'm getting it. I think I'm starting to get it. No. Nice. No. Gotcha. No. Not enough. Well, I got 50 more than I got the last time. Okay, let's get 2,000! Let's go! Let's go! Oops, it was too far. No! Nice.
I'm under attack. This
What?
work.
That's no good.
Ranger returns.
This Planet of the Apes stuff,
15 seconds remaining.
it's like reminds me of Planet of the Apes or something. No, motherfucker. Stealing my kill. I did worse. Okay. Nice. 100% so far. Nice. Yeah. No. Here goes my spree. Oh. No. No. I was doing so well at the start. No. Ah! Wrong button. No. Okay, let me stretch for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I got some sausage cooking. Got some sausage and eggs. Yeah, I've gotten on like a match flame. Not a match flame, not a literal match flame. And it's covered. No! Here, restart the round. Let's go. Hmm.
Every coin helps.
No. Yeah, let's just keep doing this one for a bit. Okay, I should be able to get both of those. So start with the deny, and then do the last hit. Oh. It should work out that way. No? Oh. Okay. Oh, you have to pick one. So I'll have to do the last hit first. LH. Do the LH first. Ah, nice. And I might be able to get the denied too. And if I can get 100% of this group, I'd be pretty happy. No. Oh, I got lucky. Okay, I can do better. No. And the reasons why I like League better, the deny mechanic is completely different. Almost influenced by RNG. I don't know, man. You seem to be pretty bent on League. I don't know if I can trust your judgment. Kind of biased. You like League better. It honestly makes no difference to me. And that's the truth. Like, I honestly... Right now I'm enjoying Dota, so... That's all that matters to me. I don't care about the nitpicky stuff. I mean, a lot of times people don't, you know, like Final Fantasy XI went a completely different direction from how they started. Like Final Fantasy, like just how WoW did. You know, things change over time because they try to do what'll make them the most money, and that doesn't always make a better game. But it pleases a larger percentage of the game of the players. Because I mean, it keeps them engaged, but it pisses off the hardcore fans who've been there since day one. You know, like maybe they find in like focus groups or whatever that people tend to like certain things better than others, but people who've been actually playing the game for a long time usually get left behind when they do that. Because in Final Fantasy 11, the original level cap was 75, and all the content was balanced for that. And there was a horizontal gear, what's the word? Progression. There was a horizontal gear progression. It's horizontal again, like at the level 99 cap, but it's still different. It's mostly a solo game now, kind of like how World of Warcraft is. Like, it's more like World of Warcraft now, which is not bad, but it's like not what the game was. The game was like a PvE, it was like a PvE masterpiece, where you actually had to get like 18 human players together to do all the content at the end game. And obviously, you know, it's different now on current retail, but it ends up at the same kind of not the same place, but like I'm not anywhere near total endgame right now on retail, but like you could still do most things solo, but at some point you do need to pair up with other players, but it's not the way it was before. They made one game easier and more about doing damage the fastest rather than outplaying your opponent. They made the game easier. Okay. Yeah, well, you know, DPS is usually where video games end up. Like, at some point, it's gonna be all about DPS. Like, and that's pretty much where 11 went. And honestly, that's where 11 always was. It was basically always about who could do the most damage per second in the end. But there was like skill mechanics involved with some of the jobs. They call them jobs in Final Fantasy. They don't call them classes. But like if you play Black Mage or Red Mage, like your whole job was to like kite. Like if you're Red Mage, your job was to kite the monster, sleep the monster, keep it enfeebled, keep people healed. Like there was all that stuff involved. And now it's basically like every single job, like no matter what you are, do the most damage as fast as possible. Like that's like even a white mage, the healing class. Like can do damage if you have the right build. I don't think it's never going to be as good as like a warrior, but like it's still like the same thing, but you're focused on healing, so it's like. But they introduced trusts, which I don't think it was a mistake. I really think it needed to happen because less and less people were playing the game, and the biggest problem with the game and the reason why so many people had a, you know, like the one of the most annoying parts of the game in Final Fantasy 11 was that sometimes you would spend an entire day looking for a group, and you would go an entire day making absolutely zero progress in the game sometimes. But there was actually a ton of things you could do. It's just players were lazy. That was the problem. Players were lazy. And they were like, why am I playing this game? I'm just spending 8 hours seeking party. Nobody's inviting me. Meanwhile, it's like I was actually getting really good experience because I didn't wait for a party. I looked for whoever was available, and I didn't always get the most like experience per hour setup. Like all these people were wanting all the time. They wanted this the one party setup that would always work the best. But the thing is that doesn't work if those people aren't logged in and ready to play. So it's like people were just seeking party. People would actually deny an invite if they didn't have like a power level, or if they didn't have a bard, which is like the #1 support job that really speeds everything up. You know, they pull and they enhance, they do everything. They don't do damage, they just do 100% support. They pull and they do buffs. That's all Bard does. Pull and buffs. And some people would just not even want an invite. They would decline an invite if you didn't have a Bard or a power level or both. They would say Bard and power level, and you'd be like, no. They'd be like, I'm sorry, I have to pass. Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to pass. They had the auto translate, so you could play with people who don't speak your language. And it was, at first, it was only translating between Japanese and English, and then later they added other languages like German and French and Spanish. But like, you had to be like self-sufficient in the sense, like you had to be a party leader if you really wanted something. And also there was more stuff to do than just getting experience points. Like you could go fishing, or you could craft. You could do tons of things besides just look for a party and AFK, which is what most people did. Most people just stood around all fucking day, standing in the main town, like whatever their main town was, and just complaining to their link shell that they couldn't get an invite. That's all people did. It'd be one thing if people were okay with it. If they were like, oh yeah, you know, I just studied or did something else while I would look for a party, and I didn't get an invite, it sucked, but at least I got all this other stuff done. No, people would legitimately complain the entire time they were seeking party for like hours at a time. They would go into their link shell, which is like a guild, and they would say, oh, this sucks, I can't get an invite, this game's broken. It's like they were complaining about a game that wasn't broken. They were saying it's broken, saying it needed to be fixed when it wasn't broken. They were the ones who were broken. It just sucked, because like it ruined the experience for everybody else who enjoyed that mechanic, who enjoyed that game. And then they made it easier for people to just solo by adding, well, first they added the adventuring fellow, which actually wasn't too broken. It actually was kind of, it wasn't very strong, and you could like buy gear for it and stuff like that. So you could actually like kind of customize it a little bit. It wasn't too great, but like it was like not too bad. But then they added trusts. I wasn't playing anymore at that point, but they added trusts, which was like you could summon an entire party with trusts that fought. They were like AI. Well, they are AI, and they fought with you. They're not that great. Like that, you have to be like engaged with the monster. You have to actually hit it once, which kind of like sometimes it sucks because they don't do anything at all if you're not actually fighting the monster. If you haven't gotten some hate on the monster yet, like if you haven't gotten like a physical attack in or something, yeah, you have to do like at least one physical attack for them to do stuff. Which means if you get petrified and then they kill the monster, but then there's another monster. Like if you get petrified, then you have to wait until they won't cast any spells on you to get rid of it. Until it runs out, and then you have to engage the monster. So you could die, but it's not actually a big deal because it just means that it's going to take you longer to get back to the area. And obviously, you know, it kind of kills the game, but it doesn't, because they just added more stuff that you can do, and it's actually kind of a good thing in that kind of play style that you're not really suffering too much, because like I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. Like they added a whole bunch of more, like the thing is there's a whole bunch of content that became completely meaningless, which is the biggest problem. Is, you know, when the game was first, you know, rising up from level 75 to 80, there was like the in-between stage where you would have all this content that you could do.
Every coin helps.
But then as soon as they released the next level cap and all the new equipment, all the previous equipment was completely useless. But then they got to level 99, and then they introduced level like eye level gear, which was like gear that puts you past the max level. And then it became a lot more horizontal, because now you've reached a max level and the only thing that's changing is your gear, and it's a more horizontal climb, which is what it used to be like at level 75. The only difference is that the old balance of the game, the level 75 balance of the game, was still really difficult, and you could never do it solo. You had to have an entire alliance of 18 people to do it, and you had to like time it perfectly with that many people. So it was like an event. It was like Dungeons and Dragons. Whereas now it's like you just log on whenever you want, and which is fine because, you know, people have busy lives. We used to, when we started the game, most of us were like teenagers. Like everybody who plays on Nozomi now, which is a classic server, which is basically exactly the way retail was. Basically, there's some quality of life enhancements which are really nice actually, but like it's pretty much one-to-one with what the game used to be. And the difference is all the people who are playing there are like my age. So it's like we all have different lives now, and obviously a lot of people play now that people live different lives today because of the internet age. People have their own schedules, and I understand why games went the way they went, because like people are like, oh, I just want to be able to log on and just do whatever. But it's like, you know, there should be games that are available for people who want to do like Dungeons and Dragons style stuff, and not just Dungeons and Dragons. Like there should, like, you know, have an actual MMO that you can log on to, and you have to actually organize things in order to do, which is tough. It's a really hard thing to get people to want to do, and it's a really hard thing for a video game company to want to do, because most people just want to log on and play stuff. Most people. But then you leave behind all the people who really want like the like organized events. Obviously, obviously that's why we have games like Dota, where we can have like tournaments, all sorts of stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, I mean, but you know, this isn't an MMO. There also used to be a PvP element to Final Fantasy XI, and there would actually be official events where you would have like access. You would create a character ahead of time. Oh, there'd also be events where you started from level 1 and you had to get to like level 50 as soon as possible or something, with like a team of people, and you competed against other teams, and the person that, and then once you got to level 50, and it would go on for a while, like not just a single day, and then once you all got to like level 50, then you would do PvP. And I think they had events like that, and there was stuff you could get in the game that you could only get from events like that. Maybe, I don't know. They had so much potential. It had so much potential, but it just wasn't people. Not enough people were interested in it. And ultimately, they went with like, you know, what sold the most. And even today, like there's only like maybe like 3,000 people maximum on the biggest server of Final Fantasy XI, so it's still a very niche game. Okay, only got 100 that round. I got 350 one of those rounds. No! Well, that was another 350. About 350. Well, that one's really weird. Because I got hate first. I mean, No. Ah. Mm. Yeah, you know, that's just how games go. Like, they just evolve over time. Some players get left behind, other players get exactly what they want. You can't please everybody, you know? It just sucks because if only we had access to every single iteration of the game and they didn't just completely get rid of it each time. The thing about MMOs is if you do a huge change to the mechanics with an update, you can't go back ever. You know, there should be like, oh, if they're gonna make a major change, you know, like WoW did. They introduced WoW Classic, and you can go back to what they used to be. And yeah, and for Final Fantasy 11, it's so niche that we have to play on Nozomi, some other era server. And that's like the only option to get that content. It shouldn't be that way. And yeah, I am kind of burned out on it. I've been playing Nozomi for like 4 years. It's like 2016. I've gotten 3 level 75s. I have another 2 on the way, maybe a 3rd on the way. And right now I'm just fishing. Last time I got the best rod in the game. I got the Ebisu rod, and I'm level 96 fishing, and I have 4 levels to go. The only way to catch the fish that would give me those levels was to get this rod. So, well, there was 2 rods, but the other one is not as good because it can get broken. And yeah, you can have somebody craft another one. I mean, you can repair it, but that costs gil, and which is money, and like this rod is better. Because it never breaks, it's unbreakable. But it took so long to get. You can only get like a maximum, it's between like 1,000 to 5,000 points a day. You know, depending on what they call for, like Earth Day. And a lot of the times I would forget to do it. So it was like, it took a long time. It took like a whole year of turning in guild point items. So they would ask you to catch it or turn in a certain fish. I mean, obviously you could just buy them off the auction house and then turn them in. So it was like, but it took a while. And then but I got the best rod in the game, and now I'm leveling up to level 100, the max fishing level. So it's kind of cool. But I'm not really too motivated. Like, I've been playing for 4 years, and you know, I can go at whatever pace I want, you know, like if it's gonna be a hassle, you know, it's gonna be like a chore. Like, why even do it? You know, it's like, so I just go at my own pace. Okay, I got food on the stove. Remember, it's on a low flame. Yeah, it's been 6 hours. I don't think there's much more I can get out of playing longer. I think I need to have a rest, and next time I come to the game, I'm just gonna be a lot better, hopefully. And yeah, I enjoyed talking with everyone who was here today, and even the people who aren't here today. And I don't know, I'm having a lot of fun learning this game. I know it's only going to get better as soon as I get these mechanics down. I really need to get these mechanics down because, like, I absolutely need to be able to get the last hit and to get denies in order to win the game. And getting these mechanics and just laser focused on just this, not using abilities yet, not focusing on builds and items, just get one step at a time. Once I get this down, then I can work on that by playing bots. You know, playing bot matches. And then just experiment with builds. And experiment with, you know, like, and team fights. And stuff like that. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff to do. But we're not even at the basic mechanics yet of just getting basic last hits and getting denies, because I could barely do that consistently right now. And we'll get there though. It might take a week, it might take 2 weeks, it might take 3 weeks. It's gonna take however long it takes to get at least decent at it and consistent. The consistent part is the more important part. Like, if I can consistently get like maybe 3 out of 5, like every single round of creep, if I could get at least 3 out of 5 last hits, and maybe 1 to 2 denies, then I think I'm ready for, and if I can do that consistently, then I think I'm ready for bot battles. But and then I'll just keep improving at my last hit and stuff as I go. But that's not gonna happen in a day, okay? It doesn't happen overnight, you know. It's gonna take days, weeks, months, years. You know, like, this is a very difficult game, probably the biggest learning curve out of any game out there that's not chess or anything like that, like a non-board game. Like chess, Go, Shogi, Zhang, all those chess games, those are the biggest learning curve out of any game on the planet. Like, those are the top tier learning curve games, okay? Like, you could spend entire lifetimes learning those games and still not even come close to mastery. So, biggest learning curve ever. Chess, Go, Shogi, Zhangqi, all the different variants of those kind of games, you know? But it's okay, because it doesn't matter. It's all about the journey. Journey! Okay, bye! Yeah. Bye!